let me tell you a little bit about Sharron Rose in case you don't already know. So Sharron Rose, MA, is a documentary filmmaker, author, composer, choreographer, healer, and master teacher in world dance, music, and mythology. She is the president of Sacred Mysteries Productions and winner of the 20th World Congress on Qi-Gong, Tai Chi, TCM, and Natural Healing Filmmaker of the Year Award. Yay! Sharon is the producer and of the groundbreaking series Quantum Qi.
Hi, I'm Sharron Rose. We invite you to join the Qi Revolution and help us bring forth the next wave in healing, movement, and mind-body integration.
And that's how we met, wasn't it? That was the heralding of really something great is being gathered here. And she's also created numerous other documentaries in the realms of ancient cultures, the healing arts, yoga, and alchemy. And she also created, produced, and hosted the highly successful online Qi-Gong Global Summit for the Shift Network, and is currently the Senior American Correspondent and Coordinator for the London-based online global platform Healing Our Earth.
Ballet is a fairly ancient tradition, but nothing like Indian classical dance music. Go to India and live with my Guruji, my master, Sitara Devi, who had been an early Bollywood star and was called the Queen of Kathak dance. That experience of living with the master, with the Guruji, was extraordinary. So it's very special. So I was very blessed in that. In all these traditions, from Tibetan Buddhism, from Hinduism, from Taoism, from so many traditions, for the source, for the root of it all.
Yes.
Because there was a primordial tradition, a source from which all of these teachings came. Now, we know a lot about the physical, but especially for your average person, they don't know about this. And so I want to help by showing it to them. Self-healing techniques, there are many, that have been handed down, just like in India, handed down from master to student, from guru to disciple, generation to generation, and constantly worked with and experienced and brought forth. That was so powerful.
He connect, heart and heart connect. We have big family.
Lead a happy, quality, beautiful life, to elevate the human experience. So that's more than listening to all the bad news in the world. We can't change everything. We can change ourselves. This is what Qi-Gong can do. We invite you to join us in our wellness crusade, and may the Qi be with you.
Greetings, soulful namaste.
Soul Satsang is soul's association with the universal truth or reality. Today, humanity is divided by man-made concepts, doctrines, and dogmas in the name of nationality, religion, race, caste, color, gender, lifestyle, and even in the name of science. Soul Satsang is an effort to create a soulful bonding or atmiyata between human beings based on the life's reality lived by different people across the world and learning from the global wisdom. At this point, we are touching only a global family united through Samarpan meditation under the video series of This is Samarpan. Eventually it will cover up more diverse subjects and demography. We hope you will appreciate our humble effort with an open mind and loving heart. Our intention is to enlighten one's soul and heal one's heart by learning from the life experiences of people who prove themselves to be healthy, happy, without losing any peace of mind in the life. Let the wisdom of life spread through our soul satsang.
Soul Satsang is independent of any social, religious, cultural, political, educational, or other organizations. Our primary purpose is to draw wisdom from the experience of seasoned individuals, fostering the values of human Ubuntu and contributing to the spiritual growth of our soul family. The views shared are personal opinions meant to inspire our viewers, and we do not intend to offend or hurt anyone's feelings. We encourage understanding any subject based on personal experience, not second-hand information or baseless ideologies. Please embrace our Atmiyata, soulful love, and disregard anything that doesn't resonate with you. May I now request Krishnaji to take this forward.
Greetings, soulful namaste. On behalf of Soul Satsang, we welcome our soul family to today's program, Art of the Soul with Sharron Rose. Let me introduce our today's guest. Sharron Rose, MD, is a versatile artist and educator specializing in world dance, music, and somatic sciences. As a documentary filmmaker, author, composer, and choreographer, her groundbreaking work, including the film Quantum Qi, explores ancient cultures, healing arts, yoga, and alchemy. Sharon is the president of Sacred Mysteries Productions, where she has earned accolades like Filmmaker of the Year Award at the World Congress on Qi-Gong, Tai Chi, and Natural Healing. She also created and hosted the online Qi-Gong Global Summit for the Shift Network. Sharon's diverse background includes ballet, Kathak, and musical theater training, along with a Fulbright Senior Research Fellowship that led her to in-depth study of North Indian culture and spiritual traditions. As the first American disciple of the Kathak dancer Sitara Devi, she deepened her understanding of India's artistic and philosophical heritage. Sharon's research also spans other ancient traditions, including those from Tibet, Egypt, Africa, and Taoism. She has trained in the healing arts such as yoga, craniosacral therapy, and neurosensory re-education. Throughout her career, Sharon has lectured and performed globally, creating educational programs for the institutions across the USA. She co-founded Sacred Mysteries Productions and Sacred Mysteries Distributions, producing films and multimedia events that explore the healing and performing arts. Author of the book, The Path of Priestess, she is currently also working on Global Fusion City book and performance project titled The Nectar of Bliss. Through her work, Sharon integrates ancient artistic and mind-body practices to highlight the transformative power of the sacred arts. Let me welcome our host, Hitendra Rana, Nobody Benevolent Rene, and our today's guest, Sharron Rose.
Thank you very much, Krishnaji. On behalf of our
soul family all over the world and our Soul Satsang team in USA, I would like to welcome our today's prestigious guest, Sharron Rose, someone whom I call my soul sister. It has been less than 1 year I met her, but from the time we connected, we feel that we know each other from the past and we have a lot that we can do together for this world. So without any ado, we will be going into the program. And to start the program, I would like to make a prayer simply because Soul Satsang has been active for last 4 years plus, and we have interviewed more than 50 people to bring their life story in front of our global audience, just to give the vision, not just looking at it, not just listening to this, but having a vision to say something positive and absorb those values, those insight that the guest is trying to bring from their life story, and what has made them cultivate those sanskara or values from childhood, what made them choose certain aspect of life that brought them to the level of success and siddhi or attainment in this world at this age or this time, present moment. So in order for us to get this, I would like to go to the ancient Gurukul system and chant the mantra that can help us to receive on a subtle level, on a conscious level, what Sharon is going to share with us with this mantra. Om Sahna Bhavatu Sahno Bhunaktu सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विना वदीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः. May the Almighty protect you and I both from negative thoughts, emotions, and energies. May He nourish both of us with physical, mental, emotional, spiritual knowledge. May both of us make effort for the vitality, for self-knowledge to take place. May what is studied by us be brilliantly clear and illuminate in our mind, intellect, and ego. Let us not have any misunderstanding due to difference of opinions or lack of understanding due to difference of beliefs or prejudices. Let there be peace on the earth, in the universe, and within our soul, our intellect, our subtle existence of soul consciousness. I bow down to your soul, my soul sister Sharron Rose, and let us start with the Saraswati Nritya, where you have your Guruji and you both on the stage. That will be a good prayer to start with the dance and to bring your good original personality. Can you increase the volume?
the snow garlanding the mountains. Shining white is your raiment, and in your hands you hold the Vina's neck and make it sound with beautiful music. There, as you sit, ever peaceful in the lotus, to you, Lord Brahma, the creator, Lord Vishnu, the preserver, and Lord Shankara, and all other gods and goddesses, pay homage to you. O Saraswati, take from me all darkness, all ignorance. Wake me and the world from slumber.
So that was invoking the energy of Goddess Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge and arts, of all type of arts that we see in this world. Tell me a little bit about this performance and why you were not bowing down to the front in audience, but on the right side where the singer and musicians were there. Can you please tell me a little bit about that?
Global namaste.
Global
It's such a joy to be with you today.
Yes.
That performance was at MIT in Boston in 1984. I think it was 1984. And why was I bowing down? Well, we had a little altar set up. So of course, you know, when you begin or when you're paying homage to all the deities, just like when I was living with my Guruji Sitara. What a blessing. She said, you know, before you start any dance, and here we are at this program, any practice, any sadhana, you ask all of the Kathak dancers who have ever lived, all of the deities, your family, to come and bear witness, to be with you in the luminous realms. So when I'm doing that, it's not just to the deities themselves,
Yes.
but it's to the whole lineage,
Wow.
whether on the earth or beyond.
Very beautiful, very beautiful. So this is like invoking the energies of gods, goddesses, deities, as well as the ancestral energy and the masters who have performed on the earth in the past, so that we have them as a witness and we can become the medium to pass their energy through this dance to the audience, to the people around us. That is the vision, right?
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
exactly it. So that you're never alone, even if you're here in the mountains in a retreat area and there are not many people around. You have not only the people on the earth, you're calling them all in to witness, not only to witness, but to bring you their vibration, their subtle vibrations and frequencies to enhance your dance and your spiritual practice.
Wow. We believe in Hindu philosophy or the lifestyle that there are spirits who help you in everything that we are doing. So if I'm a singer, I get help from the energies of the Gandharva. They are specific in singing. There are Kinnara who help you in dance. So I guess that this is bringing the energy of the Gandharva and Kinnara in your performance, in our program. And that is something that we want to share to our audience, that performance is not just a artistic talent being expressed on the stage in words or body movement. Performance is much more than what you are seeing with the sensory level, but it is something on the energy level in subtle form that is going and spreading around in that atmosphere. What a beautiful beginning to start with the blessing of Goddess Saraswati. Now, we will catch up in today's program a little bit about your current project of the movie that is going to be released soon. And then we will go in your history as a flashback, how you started, what you started, and what you learned from the life in different parts of the world, from different traditions and all that. Okay. So my first question to you, my dear sister, please tell us about the making of the movie Quantum Chi. And how did it all started? What inspired you to make this movie?
My husband, well, let's see. I started working with video in 1978, actually with the woman Sylvia Morrison who filmed that Saraswati. And so it was I began because I wanted to document my dance and the dance of others.
Uh-huh.
And I did that for years. And then when I met my husband, Jay Widener, that was in 96. He had been a filmmaker in Hollywood.
Wow.
And we decided that we should start a film company.
Wow.
So we made about 20 documentaries.
Ooh.
Yes. And then he was asked to be pretty much the visionary for Gaia TV.
Interesting.
You might know about Gaia. And he was head of production. He was head of content. He brought in all these wonderful guests. And so I was like, well, what can I do now besides dance? I wanted to continue. So I thought, okay, I'll make a film about the light body, the auric field, the field that surrounds us, that we see in every kind of, and every culture. If you see, Mary from the Christian Catholic tradition, you always see the light around her. All the deities, you see that. And I was going to explore that from all the different traditions. So I knew that in the Taoist tradition, there was a man, a great teacher named Mantak Chia. And we have the same publisher. So I talked to them and they introduced me. And I went to see him in Massachusetts, a place called Eastover, to interview him about this. I'd already interviewed some Tibetans and other people. And so I get there, and Yingxing, the wonderful owner of the place, said to me, well, you're here. So we have a whole conference going on with so many masters of Qi-Gong and acupuncturists and Tai Chi masters. So why don't you just interview everyone? And I'm like, okay, because my Guruji said to me, you always have to be ready to when the moment arises, whether it's dance, any kind of creativity, you have to be ready to just participate. And so I said, okay, even though I didn't know that much about Taoism at that point, but I knew about spiritual pursuits and I knew about yoga and movement and all that. So I interviewed all of these people and I came away and I said, well, you know what? I talked to Doug Beechwood, my videographer and editor, lovely man who does a lot of work with all of the Tibetan and Hindu, many different cultured masters. And I said, well, why don't we just focus on Qi-Gong? Wow. Because I was so inspired by these teachers. They were so giving. I could interview them for hours. And they had such a deep understanding, not only of movement and meditation and breath and the whole traditional Chinese medicine world, but they were so giving from their hearts.
At this point, is it good idea to show our audience the trailer of Quantum Chi? Because they are very curious what you are talking. So let's go.
Yes. This trailer, we have two trailers. This trailer I have two focuses in this film, yin and yang. So the feminine and the masculine. So this is the yang part that talks about Qi-Gong as the foundational practice for all of the martial arts, Tai Chi, Wushu, Bagua, etc.
Amazing. Let's watch it.
Martial art include all the combative arts like karate, judo, Chinese kung fu or Chinese boxing. It's a combative form of fighting, the art of expressing the human body.
Kung Fu, it means time and effort together is Kung Fu. The muscle power, the right position, the right spirit. More than that is the internal Qi, like a battery.
The beauty of these Qi cultivation practices is that you can enter in anywhere. The Qi in Qi-Gong is obvious because it says Qi work. With Tai Chi and Kung Fu, it's still Qi work, it's just called something else.
Qi-Gong, Qi skill, is the energetic core of Tai Chi Chuan and Wushu. The skill of delivering power in a punch is not that different from what is required to move Qi within the body for self-healing.
When you exhaust your Qi from doing fast physical activity, as one might in martial arts, you need the Qi-Gong to bring everything down, to settle the energy, to come back into repair mode.
So through practice, you feel in your heart and your whole body full of love, full of Qi.
All of the history of the martial arts, it came out of the need to protect oneself, to protect your property, your family from being abused by someone else who was overpowering your forces.
If it's a threat of someone harming you, the best thing is to try to avoid it. But if your life is at threat, you need to know how to save your life. There is a physical protection, there's a mental protection, and there's a spiritual protection.
Most of us in modern life don't have aggressors attacking us. Most of our martial battles are emotional, are against stress, finances, money, our own internal voices in our heads. So how do we stay protected against those attacks?
The best way to protect yourself in a martial situation is to have mastered relaxation and presence. Then it's very difficult for somebody to harm you.
To be a quantum warrior or warrior of the Tao, we have to be brave enough to enter into unknown parts of ourselves and to bring forth the places of power and the places of shadows that we can transform into light.
The essence of martial arts is not to be aggressive. It is to be secure in yourself so you don't have to accept the challenges of others.
Martial arts, Tai Chi, Qi-Gong. When you start dealing with energy, you want to know, oh, can I hurt somebody? When you expand and grow in love, can I help somebody? Can I heal somebody?
The trailer is so powerful. How about the complete? I can't believe that you have connected with so many people to bring their wisdom in this one piece of art, what you call Quantum Chi, the movie. And I like what they said from Bruce Lee till the last master, who was saying the power is not in hurting others. Being powerful is not showing off to the world that I am more powerful and I can hurt you or I can abuse you or I can use you for my benefit, which is what today's world is going in the direction of. But the true power is the power of Chi, power of from within. How can I help you? How can I heal you? And that healing is taking place when you are enlightened, when you have known yourselves, because self-realization is God realization. And all the masters who are talking about is not about hurting somebody, but to protect our own life force, our own in India, we call Sanskrit Kundalini or Prana Shakti, what they call in Tibet and China, Qi, or in Japan, they call it Qi. So I think it is the same energy. Tell me a little bit more about your wisdom that you have received from Qi-Gong, the work on Qi, the work on Kundalini or Prana Shakti.
I think we need to go back to, I began studying yoga in the late 60s when I was in college, right?
Wow. Mm-hmm.
And so that gave me, it was so exciting because I'd been dancing since I was pretty much born, but probably in the womb as well. But so I had an understanding of movement and energy, but it was yoga that really, I was so excited when I found it because it gave me a sense of grounding, a sense of alignment.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I think I really started to understand about bringing the consciousness into the tissues, and yoga really, really helps with that. And so when this all happened by, blessing of the divine, I was so interested because I had studied healing as well, healing techniques. And here was this form that not only described what Guruji had told me was the Shakti current.
Mm-hmm.
It was the same, but also it had this whole deep self-healing aspect, not only on the physical, by gathering and bringing Qi into the body, like into the chakras, into the dantians. There's 3 instead of 7, or some people say 11 chakras, but there's 3 dantians or elixir fields.
Wow.
Isn't that a nice name, elixir field? And
Yes.
so maybe Amrit field.
To our Indian audience, that elixir is Amrut, the life of immortality. That is elixir.
Yes. Also, it's called in the Egyptian, it's called the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic language, it's called the Sa and Ankh. The magical elixir of life, which comes out of the alchemy. Well, Egypt was the origins of alchemy, that what we know in the West as alchemy. Yeah. So I started practicing right away. Not only this teaching called the 6 healing sounds, which is a teaching on how to grow your light body that was transmitted to me by Master Mantak Chia. And that's a really interesting practice for working with your organs.
Mm-hmm.
So the major organs of the body, and the practice itself is using sounds, specific sounds, ancient sounds, these different vibrations, and consciousness, focus, to release negative energies from your organs. For example, the liver holds anger.
Yes.
Right. And when it is liberated, it becomes kindness.
Wow.
It also becomes clarity. And so each organ has what we would call like a klesha, distortion, and then a liberation, a transformation. And then each organ, there are movements you do also when you're doing this, and then simple, and then you're doing a sound, like the one for the liver is so you'll like shake your liver, and you'll bring your consciousness in there, and you'll feel into it, and you'll sense on a physical, what's going on, opening your third eye to really perceive. And then you bring in any situation in your mind that you have, or person that you are angry with, and you're doing this exercise with your eyes to actually delete that, to move it out of your energy field.
Very beautiful. Very beautiful.
And then also you do, then the third time you do it, you bring it, you delete it even from your thoughts. And then you bring the Shakti, the Qi, from the center of the earth. This golden light comes, and it comes up through your feet, through your whole body, filling you with golden light and healing. Wow. And then you bring the special light, like in the liver, it would be green. And you bring this light from your heart. You smile into your heart.
Very beautiful. Very
yes,
beautiful.
For healing on each organ, and it's a beautiful practice.
This is called alchemy, transforming the negative into positive, or transmuting the negative emotion and thought and recreating the positive energy, positive thoughts, positive emotions. That's what you are meaning, from anger to love and compassion.
Yes, yes.
I want to add something to what I have learned from my master Shiv Kripanand Swamiji through meditation, and he taught me that in the Vedic way, how we have this this chart. If you can see it, I don't know.
Bring it. You should bring it closer, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
there
can.
It is. There it is. Okay.
And there is a heart on that. So in our body, these two are the most powerful organs, simply because, as you said, all the impurities of anger and negativity that we absorb through the food, through the thoughts, through all kind of environment that we are going through with emotions, is stored into the liver, and liver becomes very warm or hot, okay, when the impurities are collected. And that is why sometimes some people say that my liver enzymes got elevated when I went to go for the blood test, okay. And same thing, and those are the people who gets too much with the liver problem or thoughts problem, who develop at a later stage diabetes, because their surya nadi, or the right side, get imbalanced, overactive. They're always thinking about future. They are always trying to bring the things in their life basically to benefit from the current time. And very beautiful chakra position here. It is showing 7 chakras and samarpan dhyan, what we are doing. So the same thing with the heart. If somebody is always thinking about the past, and their left side, or ida, Chandra Nadi, is affected, the left meridian is affected, and their heart becomes weak. And these are the people who end up with the heart attack or some other problems. So these two hands are used by most of the Indians in one simple practice that they don't know why we were told by our teachers to sit like this in the classroom. When a child is becoming hyper, they are told that keep your right on the heart and keep your left palm on your liver. By doing that, I am bringing the Surya Nadi energy, or the right meridian energy, on my heart to balance it, to warm it up, and my full side, my left side energy from the left meridian is coming on my liver. So that is the way the child becomes quiet, by putting this and listening to the teacher. But this is what I was doing when I was in the classroom in the childhood. I didn't know why I was doing that, but this was the tradition carried on for centuries in India. And now we are talking from different culture, different perspective, but it is the same knowledge, same wisdom. Healing technique, what you are talking about, how you heal yourself. You don't even have to take any medicine or chemicals in your system, and you can help yourself through your own body organs, through your own limbic system, and through your own attention in meditation, and whatever we are doing through Tai Chi or other Qi-Gong practices. Isn't it beautiful?
It is. You know, it's interesting because there is a point here called the Lagong point.
Wow.
And so when you're healing, or even when you're healing yourself or you're working with others, you feel this energy coming through you, the Shakti, and then it emits right from here. So that when you're in that position, you're actually bringing that into your body, into your organs. Yeah.
Very, very nice. And tell us more about you mentioned about yoga. Did you learn about meditation and other things, the Iyengar yoga and Mahesh Yogi transcendental meditation and stuff?
So I first encountered yoga in dance in college, actually, but it was more like, here's another way of warming up your body, right? And but then when I went to New York, it was 1974, and that was when I was there, my first experience with meditation was transcendental meditation. That I learned and got a mantra and all of that, and I practiced. And then I moved to Boston. When was that? That was like 76. And I met people who had helped bring BKS Iyengar to the United States and studied with them. And that, as I said before, it really, as a dancer and someone who had been body oriented, it brought me so much awareness.
Amazing.
And it includes, of course, meditation. So that went to the next level. And I was very blessed to perform for him a number of times. That was amazing, including on his 75th birthday. They had a big event for him at Harvard University. And I got to dance my Shiva Tandava, taught to me, of course, by my Guruji Sitara, which was a very powerful experience.
Wow. So you had exposure to Iyengar, whose yoga system is practiced by so many people all over the world, especially in North America, that I have seen so many studios and classes teaching the Iyengar yoga system. Isn't it beautiful that you coming from Maryland area, Washington, D.C. area, and moving to New York and Boston, and you are coming across different masters, different teachers who are bringing this wisdom, who are bringing this energy, knowledge, and artistic knowledge from Eastern culture, and you are getting the merging of these two energy. And I can, as on a soul level, I'm trying to observe your life. I'm trying to understand what I can learn from you. And I see on the soul level that when you are evolving on your lower three chakras, like the base chakra or Muladhara chakra, Swadhisthana chakra or the sacral chakra, and the navel chakra or the Nabhi chakra, you go through this kind of journey without even realizing that there is a spiritual journey taking place from the physical body level movement and dance and all that to the spiritual level awakening. That awakening is helping me to progress on a different level of my chakras, on a different level of my kundalini or chi, moving upward slowly but surely. And then you are ending up at this time with Quantum Chi, the movie, coming back to that topic, that how the journey starts, as you are saying, that you have to go back in the past and then you can come to the stage where you are today. It is totally a different level of energy that I feel when I talk to you, because every time you speak, you are exuding that positive energy. You are radiating that love and compassion through your heart. Like your body language also tells that from your heart, you are bringing it to the world when you are talking and when you are expressing yourself. That shows that it is part of you. It is Sharon Rose. It is like the flower of rose that is blooming and sharing the fragrance and beauty and energy in the world. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I love,
Yes.
I love that. And
Yes. And in terms of quantum chi,
mhm,
the people, the masters I met
uh-huh.
and are in the movie. And now since I started the film, I've met so many more. It's like I wish that, I had funding to just keep going on to make this a big series. We'll see what happens. But I created this. I was so taken with it after all my different experience in healing and movement therapies and somatic science and all of that I I said, okay, this is a technique, because there's been a lot on yoga. I mean, I could have gone there, right? But this came to me.
Very true.
We'll later talk about it's similar in the way that Kathak came, and going to India and my Guruji and all of that. It's by the blessings of the divine.
Yes.
And karma, of course.
This is what I was talking about. The spiritual journey happens naturally without putting any effort. Meditation, same thing, effortless meditation. Self-realization comes from within because the circumstances created around you is bringing what we call guru energy. You don't have to go to guru. Guru comes to you because now you are ready. Now you are ready to receive and to develop and reciprocate and share. Well, one who is sharing all the time, her name is Sharon. Sharon. That is Sharon.
The other thing that was, I mean, I've been working a long time, since 78, with video, and this is just another example of being, as we call it in the Qi-Gong world, going with the flow.
Yes.
Right. Yes. As my dear departed Dr. Effie Chow said, when you go with the flow of life, magic can happen.
Magic can happen. It's very true.
Yeah. So I was here in Crestone, where I live. It's a amazing spiritual center where my dear friend Hannah Strong and her husband bought all this land, and their dream was to create a place where we could bring the world's religions together.
Wow.
And so we have all of these temples, Tibetan temples and ashram, Hindu ashram, and Zen center, and Japanese Shinto center, and
more than 30 different type of organizations are existing.
Yes.
In that
well, it's like being in the Himalayas.
Yes.
These high mountains, 14,000 feet mountains, beauty of nature, pure water, quiet, spaciousness.
Yeah, Crestone is known as the Mecca of spirituality in USA, like Sedona, and that is the reason, because somebody who was visionary has started developing this area with positive outlook, positive vision for the entire humanity. People from different culture are coming and establishing themselves in Crestone. We are going to watch all those videos and learn more about Crestone in our further part of the discussion. But I would like, before we go on the next question about the quantum chi, what was the most touching part, something that touched your heart and something that you will never forget about the teachings that you learned from those masters?
Well, you saw him master Li Jianfeng. He teaches Shengzhen, which is about the Qi-Gong of universal selfless love. And his background is that he was a martial arts film star. You saw him there in that one scene fighting. And then he became the director of the Wushu martial arts team of China. for like 12 years and trained Jet Li. I have actual footage of him, working with Jet Li when Jet Li was like a teenager or even younger. And I'm told he also trained Donnie Yen, but it was this huge award-winning team. And of course, he taught his daughter. She was in there, Jing Li. And well, first of all, when I met him, he was probably like 80 years old. But his Qi-Gong, his physical forms, it was like it had a feeling of what I understood and experienced as a child as romantic ballet. Very, very graceful, very lifted. And also, if you were a yoga practitioner and you'd look at it, you'd say, oh, there's yoga in there. But what touched me so deeply and why I considered him and his daughter my true gurus, masters, is their teaching about unconditional love and Qi. They have touched me. We understand each other. We see each other like we do. It's a very similar experience. And then I must say, my dear friends, Dr. Roger Yanka, who has done extraordinary work to bring Qigong and Tai Chi to the West, and Amalia Wai-Ching, they're both my associate producers. She's Malaysian, Chinese. Her parent, she comes from a lineage of healers who were the healers to the royalty, and she's extraordinary. And from that, they have a lot, and also a man named Bill Douglas, the selfless man, really, who began World Qigong and Tai Chi Day, and has spread it. So now it's in like, I don't know, 100 countries. There's one day a year. And so these are all people who, like yourself, it's not about their ego at all. It's this selfless love and understanding of these traditions. And of course, all of these people really have looked into and practice yoga as well. So they really can speak cross-culturally in terms of the Chinese. But of course, the Chinese was very influenced by Buddhism, which, came from Hinduism. So that thread of the East, continues into Qigong,
Yes. I have a question on from the trailer itself. I can see it is a beautifully created movie, and you have interwoven the music, the movement of the people, the scenery around. How did you get all these ideas? Because I know you have been working with Jay, your husband, and you guys have more than 20 movies that you created. But what are the sources of different music, different things that you incorporated?
Well, all of my life, even in my modern dance days, I worked with musicians. I rarely use recorded music.
Wow.
And so I composed or, produced music for all the performances I did.
Amazing.
For many years. And I have these wonderful musicians that I've worked with since 1998, actually even before then, some of them. And so we composed the soundtrack. And then I'll go back to what I was talking about, crestone. So I walk into our coffee shop here one day, and somebody said to me, because they knew I was working on this movie, and somebody said to me, there's the people here, and they're very interested in Qigong. So I want to introduce you. So I'm talking to them, and I find out that this man is a very experienced aerial drone photographer.
Wow.
So we're back in like 2016 or 17 at this point. And I said, oh, you're interested? This is like one of those you have to take the moment, grasp the moment. So, yeah, so I said, well, what are you doing this weekend? And they said, oh, we're doing nothing. I said, well, I'm going down to this place, Paonia, in Colorado, to film Master Li Jianfeng. This master, he happened to be there. And so I said, would you like to come and film? And he said, of course. And then that's how my work with the aerial drone cinematography began with Zane. Zane Isaac is his name. And that added a whole dimension. My work, what I'm looking for is beauty. Yes. Beauty, high vibration, healing. And so that was a great addition. And then I decided I'd always had a dream of bringing these teachings, as I talked about in the light body, of the energy fields to the world, right? Big vision. And so I found an animator, Matthew Yarrington, and then he had really good technique. He wasn't versed in, he did meditation and yoga, but he wasn't really versed in the Chinese at all. And so I did my research and said, okay, we want the animations to look like, out of ancient Chinese paintings. Like if I was doing something about Rajasthan, I would do the beautiful Rajasthani painting. And so we crafted the animations to have that ancient Chinese feel. I have great love and respect for traditions and for the art and music of these traditions. And I want to bring them forth and reflect back. I've been so graced by the fact that I've had experiences with these different gurujis from different traditions. And my joy is to drink it in, like nectar, and then to reflect that beauty back.
Same here. That's what connects us to do this work. Very beautiful, very beautiful. So I can see the blessings of the divine who put this kind of talented people in your team, one after another, as you were progressing, and the work got completed or keep on getting created to the better standard than what you were doing before. And you will
I have to mention also that I'm working on, we mentioned a little bit the Nectar of Bliss. That's my legacy project. But
coming at the end.
Yeah, well, I was introduced to a Grammy Award winning musician named Jae-Bing Chen, who is the virtuoso of an instrument called the erhu.
Wow.
And so I created a meditative piece that is in the centerpiece of Quantum Qi called the Tao. And it's based upon my dear friend, John Milton. Hopefully you will interview him one day. He's incredible. He's very steeped in the Hindu, the Tibetan, Buddhist, shamanic, and the Taoist traditions. He's like 87 years old now. And I asked him to write, and he has a company called The Way of Nature. And I asked him if he could do a translation, chapter 16 of the Tao Te Ching, which is, the book, one of the books, texts on Taoism for me. And so he did that. And so we had my dear Amalia do the reading, and then I put it to music. I used tanpura, and we had to use auto harp. I wanted Swar Mandal, but the auto harp, we tuned it to Bhopali Rag. And then I had Jae-Bing come in and play two different instruments. It's really very beautiful. And, this became a meditative piece that's a centerpiece of quantum Qi, because there's so much information that we're known in sacred mysteries. People watch our films over and over again because we put so much information in. And so after the yin part, which introduces what is Qi, what does Qi feel like, what is Qi-Gong, what is Taoism, like that, and introduces the Qi matrix, which is the energy field, the acupuncture meridian, etc. Then I felt like we needed a breath to embody, and just so I created that. And then we go on to the yang part, the more martial arts part. And so in this film,
I want to ask a question. The two instruments that Jebing was using in that artistic piece,
yes.
Was it a wind bass or it was a string bass?
Oh, the Aru is a very interesting interest. I think in India, it would be more like, in some ways, an ektara, because it has a gourd, which is made out of snake skin. It's covered with snake skin. And then it's a long, has a long neck. And then, but there's only 2 strings.
Wow, okay.
And it's interesting because the bow even goes in between them.
Oh, okay.
And, she grew up playing that. She was born into the Cultural Revolution in China. And the way at that point, an artist, the way they really could survive and thrive was to go into the military. So when she was 9 years old, the Navy accepted her. And she was there for 14 years. I have little pictures of her in her Mao outfit, playing. I just find it fascinating and would love to do a documentary on how artists can survive and thrive through challenges.
Very, very true. Very, very true. So this is a new information for our audience. And we know in India, sometimes there are saints and sometimes there are street singers who walk around with the ektara singing the bhajan or chants of the god. And this instrument is a string instrument which is little different and still very, very powerful. This is our ektara, Indian ektara, and arhu is something very parallel to this from China, and it has 2 strings. Unlike violin, where the player is running around on the string from top, here it is between 2 strings. The stick is moved around to play the instrument, which is unique.
It's a beautiful, beautiful instrument that is probably the closest instrument to the human voice. It cries.
Yes, and it makes you feel. That is also, violin also equally powerful.
Yes.
In terms that it touches your heart. It affects your left side of the body, the Chandra Nadi. It touches that and creates the vibration to activate the energy on the left side. So that is yin and yang we are talking about.
Yes, yes, yes.
Amazing information, amazing story. And are we ready to go on the next part of the interview? Is there anything I missed out in this part of the movie? We can come back, nothing to worry, because there is so much that we can crisscross some information. But very beautiful story behind the quantum chi. And on behalf of Soul Satsang and our audience, I want to wish you great success on this movie. And this organization has given you other opportunity also. They have
the National Qi-Gong Association. This is another magical experience, all of a sudden, like 2 weeks ago, I get I've been making relationships with all of these people over these years. And I get an email asking me to be on the Research and Education Committee.
Wow.
For the National Qi-Gong Association.
An honor. What an honor.
And that's very exciting because I'd say I have about 20 masters in the film, and I'd say at least half of them have all been members, and some of them actually helped found it. So it's just, and also to be in a position, I created the film as an introduction
Yes,
to the world to this sacred science and art.
Very, very beautiful.
And so to be on this especially education committee, and as we'll talk about later, I've worked in the schools on and off for years.
You have been a scholar with Master of Education and bring all the knowledge of dance and yoga and Tai Chi and everything that you have learned. I think you are a suitable candidate, right candidate for this position. So I wish you all the best on that also. And now, after knowing your success, after hearing about your work, people are curious to know who is Sharron Rose, where she comes from. Tell us a little bit about your childhood, your family, your education, and your career that you started.
I grew up in Baltimore.
Yes, Maryland.
I come from a Jewish heritage. Over there we see my parents, my mother and father, and this is the 70s picture. That's all of my brother and sisters and my dad, and that's me over there. And then my mother came from a very artistic, deeply spiritual oriented family. Her family was Russian originally, and they came to the US like many immigrants, and she was very fortunate that they had a grocery store and were able to give her dance lessons. She was a tap dancer, and she went to college at 14 years old. She was very, very smart. Wow. And I was the first child. Oh, also my dad, when he married her, he had come out of the Marines. He was a master sergeant in the Marines during World War II, and they took him into the grocery business. And then he eventually built up to where he had 12 supermarkets in Baltimore, all in African-American neighborhoods. His employees, there were 95% African-Americans, and was given awards for his work. And that one picture with my sister and my mother started me in dance the minute I could walk. She said at 9 months old, I began walking, and she started teaching me these little kind of Broadway style dance routines, which was great because, Broadway style has this abhinaya. You're not just, dancing like modern dance, more where it's just sort of the movement. This was like you're singing, you're dancing, you're embodying fairies and all kinds of things. So that's my sister and I. We were performing, and maybe this is where my love of healing came from. They had us at 5 years old. Actually, I'm older than that. I started these singing lessons. I started dance at 3, ballet, and then this teacher had us performing. Ethel Richmond was her name. She had us performing in nursing homes and in senior citizens' homes, which made them really happy. So I started performing very young. Yeah. And I was very blessed. My mother was she encouraged me not only in the arts, and she was the one that would take me from, 3 days a week. I would go, to 2 dance classes, and then I went to in middle school and high school, a place called Peabody Conservatory of Music in Baltimore, prestigious school, where I learned, piano. We had people coming and teaching us at the house, and I was training in opera, actually. But by the time I graduated, they said, you know what, you'll never be an opera singer, but you'll be wonderful at traditional musical theater, because you have all this expression.
Yes.
And so when I came to Guruji, well, she was all excited because I was very flexible. from all my modern dance, but she said she was really excited about my abhinaya.
Very beautiful, very beautiful. I think this abhinaya, or the act of acting rather, it is like on the drama you are acting in a role, but in life we are always performing in different roles, different characters. Like first we were children, then we were siblings, then we were spouse, then we start our own family and become dancer or whatever career we are going into. But life is all about abhinaya. Life is all about playing role. And what I like about you, what you are saying, from the very young age, you were fortunate enough to get this training because of the vision of your parents, your mom and your dad. They were supportive and they were nurturing your artistic talents from very early age. And you already becoming a healer from that age. How? I'm telling you. The best way to heal somebody who is in pain or suffering, or even without pain or suffering in normal life, through entertainment, that you were going to the nursing home where there were elderly people, you are going to the places where you are entertaining them and bringing that energy. Children are very innocent when they are dancing, when they are performing, as we can see from the picture of you and your sister. It is such a beautiful, pure innocence and love that is exuding through your dance, through your smile, and that is continued even at this age. So, bow down to you for
Well,
having.
it's interesting you bring that up, because as a modern dancer, I would, I would apply to be in dance companies. But even that, what you're talking about, that Shakti pouring out of me, that joy, even if I would be in with other dancers who had greater technique, could do, pirouette, the gazillion pirouettes or jump up, I would always take the focus. So they kept making me a soloist, right? And then it was so amazing when I got to Kathak, because pretty much, I am the soloist, right? And can express that and all that emotions and all that magnetic energy.
Charisma. You create the charisma on the performance and attract everybody's attention. It is like eye catcher.
Yeah, well, I consider, whenever I perform, I really feel, and we can go into this later when we get to talking about Guruji, but I feel that in all of these techniques, I mean, I learned from very young. I'm very grateful to my mother for putting me into the arts and giving me an understanding of devotion and discipline.
Very beautiful. Very beautiful.
Because if you need to practice to make your body and being the perfect vessel for these energies to flow through you. And so it's not just that I work on that, but whenever I perform or even go out and speak, I can feel, all of a sudden I feel my Guruji's energy come into me. It's like my own Shakti becomes heightened, even though she's, in the luminous realms. I feel that current, that Shakti current,
flows through you,
flows and emanates.
Very, very true. And those who are conscious, the most important thing is it is happening with everybody, but those who are unconscious or not paying attention, not sensitive enough to realize, are failing to see that. But you being so focused and having trained from very childhood in this field are able to realize this, and that is what I would say is the blessing. Another thing that I noticed from your story, that you mentioned your father was able to establish the business in the Maryland areas, almost more than 10 supermarkets, and most of your clientele was African American. That means that he was open minded and open hearted enough to be inclusive beyond the culture or beyond the skin colors. He was more welcoming, and he was more serving to the world. And that is what I see, the values in you. You are very open hearted, open minded, and more inclusive with the people around you. You are not looking at me as an Indian or a younger person. You are looking as somebody who is bringing the energy, somebody who is egoless, somebody who is with the same frequency, and what we can do together. And that is what makes you a unique personality, unique person that can do so much and give so much to the society, to the entire humanity, this world. Amazing thing.
My great joy is to bring out the gifts of others.
Yes.
To give a certain amount, the people I work with, the musicians, I like to give them a lot of freedom and look for their different talents, and then open my heart, open the field, so that they can even grow to their art to a higher level, higher frequency.
That is the sign of maturity, and that is the sign of spiritual growth, I would say. Because once you reach from those lower three chakras, your heart chakra is opened up, and as you say, the lotus, the rose starts blooming, and automatically you are more loving, more compassionate, more inclusive, and it is evident in your behavior. Your thoughts are different. Your way of talking and behaving and working together with other people is different. Always you find harmony with the people. We call it from aham to sarvoham, because that is the way to shivoham, which is going from I or me, and my uh, to be we. So I to we, us, our, that is the sarvoham. And then once you start becoming inclusive and your throat chakra is opened up, then you are becoming ready to go on the Agya chakra, your third eye, where if you learn to forgive and forget the past, you can easily go on Shivoham, the the height, ultimate height of spirituality, where you and God is one. God is you and you are God. That is the feeling that you get from this. I see so many things in your work, in your words, Sharon, that I cannot describe. But today I'm taking the opportunity to see all that and show our audience that if you want to learn from the person like Sharon Rose, and try to bring those values that you are bringing from your parents, from your teacher, from your gurujis, and all the masters from different traditions, different culture. And it is a school. Soul Satsang is a platform that teaches you the university of life, the how to live life and how to grow spiritually, so that you are always in a balanced state, calm state, collective state, and you enjoy the life fully with the bliss. Amazing. That is the nectar of bliss. That is the elixir. Are are we covered up with your childhood story? I want to know what happened after in your career. When and where did you go to New York and Boston, and what are the projects you worked on in those days?
So I went to college at University of Maryland in theater. They called it at that point speech and drama. And,
Wow.
and we had majors and minors at that point. So my minor was modern dance.
Uh-huh.
Right. And what happened was we were doing like improvisations, right? Which is the height of Kataka, actually. But we would do improvisations. And I would get all these wonderful grades because I would do unique things which used my dance and my expression. I was not so great at like making up words, right? But that's why I would get grades, because I was unusual, right? And so I thought, and also I found the world of actors, that people were so emotionally unstable.
Wow.
and insecure. And so when I went, I decided to get my master's degree, which I did at George Washington University. And I decided to do it in dance and education. And I had the most, I consider her, except for probably the teacher of my singing early on, but Maida Withers, who I'm still close friends with, became my guru in all of this. What an extraordinary, courageous woman. And it was a time where, so it was like, I went there in 1970, so I'm in DC during all this Vietnam stuff, right? And we're doing all kinds of creative work with her. It just really opened me to so many new areas of strength and power as a woman. I've been very blessed to have her and Guruji, Sitara to be my guides. And then, let's see, I went to Israel for a year to dance and participate in, my heritage, and came back and went to New York, in which I found all of these I was studying with the main modern dance teachers, Merce Cunningham and these kinds of people. And then that's where I encountered, African dance, Afro-Caribbean dance, flamenco, these other forms from around. And I'm like, whoa, this is great. And then I went to Boston. And there I was teaching, I think, 14 classes a week at a place called Joy of Movement Center, and some other places, a little bit in Boston University. And then I had this experience that completely changed my life. And it was that I had this experience where the world dissolved around me. And in front of me, I felt like I was dying. And then in front of me, there was this deity who I later recognized as Shiva.
Wow.
And I was just sitting there. I was looking out at the ocean, and I was sitting, in lotus. And I started doing Indian dance. I started doing mudras and all the abhinaya, and it seemed that every movement I made was as a devotional movement for Shiva, and that the whole, every breath was creating reality around me too. It was a really profound experience. And right after that, I'd been teaching at the school for a couple of years, and I walked up the stairs, and there was this Bengali man, Dulal Talukdar, sitting there. And I'm like, oh, who are you? He says, well, I'm Dulal Talukdar. I was from Bangladesh, born in Calcutta. And I was the director of the National Dance Company of Pakistan.
Wow.
And I, teach a class here in Kathak, in Bharatanatyam, and in Manipuri. And so I said, okay, I have to go to this class. This is the divine guiding me. And so there I am. This is me as a modern dancer, the one with the skirt on. And then there's Dulal in the front. And so that's my first Kathak class with him. And I trained in these different Indian classical forms, but maybe because of the ballet and my love of spinning, turning, I just was taken with Kathak. And I think also the improvisational element. And that's our brochure that we had. We did a lot of performing, and there we are together. That's my first Kathak outfit.
So beautiful. And this was in Boston, in Cambridge?
Yes, this was in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
I can't
Yeah.
believe you're taking 14 classes. Where did you get the energy to learn?
I was teaching 14 classes plus taking classes.
These classes, you were teaching this, and then you are learning this Kathak dance or whatever.
Yes.
Bharatiya Nritya.
So I trained with him and had private classes after my son Ari was born in 1980. And I trained with Dulal. And then I had, in my modern dance company, even before I knew anything about Indian music, I had a tabla player, Tim Richards, who had gone to India on a fellowship called the American Institute of Indian Studies Professional Development Grant. He and his wife, Vicky, who was a violinist, and they lived in Benares and trained with, he trained with Sharda Sahai, a great tabla guru, and she with Dr. N. Rajam, a violin, because she had been a classical violinist. And they were part of my dance company along with others. And then it was clear to me, because he was a Muslim man, and it was clear that, well, Tim was saying, you really need to go to India. You need to go to India. And so Dulal handed me this book. I'm always looking for, books to read on history and etc. of the forms. And it was called The Dance of India by Nakshi Bhavani. And I opened the book and there was Guruji, there was Sitara.
Wow.
And I'm like, who is this beautiful woman? He goes, oh, this is Sitara Devi, the only guru that I would allow you to study with. Gurus are very proprietary. And magic happened. And I got this fellowship. She accepted me. Oh, actually, what happened when I was walking, this might be of interest. I was walking in Harvard Square. I was in a rehearsal and I came out. And there was a man, American man, putting up posters for Imran Khan. Imran Khan was the brother of Vilayat Khan, the great sitar maestro. Imran Khan was a master of Surbahar, bass sitar. And I said, oh, who is this? I'm studying, Indian dance. And he goes, do you want to meet him? He's staying with me. I'm the promoter. So I went and met him. And then I danced for him. And he wrote me a recommendation, both for the grant and for Guruji. So he accepted me. I got the grant. And the next thing I knew, Ari and I, he was 3 years old, were off to India. But I do have a little story that people would be interested in. There's Ari. He became Krishna. They used to call him Ari Krishna. And so like a month before I was going to India, I'd always been kind of a dreamer that could travel. And so I had this dream, and the dream was that I left my body and I was out in some ether somewhere. And I said, oh, I'm out here. And then the spark of light, I was like a spark of light. And then this other spark of light showed up like a guide. And I said, like, where do you want to go? And I said, I want to meet Sitara. And I went through this tunnel of light and I come out and I'm in this room with this bed, bed, like a 4-poster bed, all white sheets and everything. And this woman is there and she looks up at me with the Kathak look, right? It's like her look, right? Like the Durga look. And then I got kind of scared. And next thing I know, I woke up and I'm like, whoa. So when I got to India, I go to her house and she's the same person. It's the same bedroom.
That means without traveling and going physically, you had the vision or darshan before you go there and you met your guru.
And she said, I went, I thought, I was there with my first husband, Mark Weiner, entertainment lawyer. and he had lived in India himself.
Oh, okay.
He had gone to the ashram of Ramana Maharshi. It was before I met him, and he was very encouraging of all this with me. And she said she wanted me to live with her rather than somewhere else. And I was like, wow, this is like my dream come true.
Exactly.
And so I did. I lived with her. And because I trained hours and hours a day. She would, well, the first thing that's interesting, she said to me, okay, she had me give away all my Western clothes and dress only in the sari or like churida, pajama, Indian clothes. She says, well, how can you understand how to portray a goddess, become a goddess, if you can't wear a sari? So what was really amazing, I was in college and grad school during the real feminist, cut your hair, be like a man practically. The understanding of beauty and being a woman, I didn't really begin to understand till I went to live with her. It really, really altered my life. This drinking in of the Hindu, Vedic, and the Mughal cultures.
Yes.
The beauty of the Persian poetry. That's the beauty of Kathak, because it in itself is a blending, even though it was her family. Acharya Sukhdev Maharaj, her father from Benares, he was from a Brahmin family of musicians, and his brother, he was a poet, and his brother was a sarod player in the court of Nepal. And so Guruji's father went up there to visit him, and he saw what was called originally Hindu Kathak.
Wow.
They still had that, in India, it had gone through all kinds of, the Mughals, and what they brought was really exquisite, but they had reduced, there was no more Shiva and all of that. It was, Krishna Radha, because Krishna Radha was about the lover and the beloved, this devotion between that, which is very much a part of the Sufi tradition. The lover and the beloved, Rumi's poetry, etc. But anyway, he came back and he decided to devote his life and the life of his children to the revival of Hindu Kathak. And he did tremendous studies and created this form that we've seen more, Guruji, but also the great choreographer of Gopi Krishna, who was the son of Sitara's sister, Tara Devi, who was an amazing singer of bhajans and devotional music. So I lived in this, and Ari and I lived in this like immersive atmosphere with great artists, and we met through Guruji.
Authentic. I want to bring some insights over here. I want to bring some comments. You are telling us, the Indians who don't know the source of Kathak, how it came from Nepal and brought back to India to revive that tradition of culture, the authentic dance of Kathaka. Katha is story. Okay,
that's right.
Kathaka is the krutya or karma. How you are expressing the story by action, by work, and that action is the body language. How you are sharing the story of dance through Kathak Nritya. That is the most authentic thing. I want to chant a mantra which expresses Lord Shiva. Can we bring the Angikam sloka, because that is very, very powerful, and we want to show our audience the Nataraj dance that you have made after that sloka, because that is exactly what we are trying to talk about, preserving the culture and sharing the authentic thing about what we have inherited from our ancestors. So because of the Mughals who took over India, the Muslim culture started prevailing and they started wiping out the Hindu culture, the reverence for the gods and goddesses. They started demolishing the temples, and now when we are digging, we are finding those temples under the mosque, Muslim mosque. So this was torture that was made by Mughals to spread the Islamic religion in India. But somebody like Sukhdev Maharaj, the father of Sitara Devi, had a vision. No, we want to preserve our culture. When he go to visit his brother in Nepal's court, and then he brought that dance. He committed his life and dedicated his life to preserve that culture of Kathak Nritya. And there is a slok for Nataraja, the Tandav Nritya, when Lord Shiva makes this sloka, is the most powerful sloka. I have heard it for the first time by the uh, theater artist who were performing a Gujarati drama in Montreal. And this sloka goes like this. Angikam bhuvanam yasya vachikam sarvavangmayam aharyam chandrataradi tam numah Satvikam Shivam. Lord Shiva, who is absolute consciousness, the ultimate truth, what we call Devadidev or Mahadev, the Lord of all the gods and goddesses, is Lord Shiva. He is pure absolute consciousness. And we bow down to that pure consciousness, the cosmic consciousness of Lord Shiva, because his whole body is the entire cosmos. Everything that exists in the cosmos, metaverse, galaxies, planets, stars, everything is Lord Shiva's body. And his speech is sounds of the cosmos, with or without word. Understand that what we know as language or words and what we don't know, we, as the words, the language of words, like language of sounds, the animals, for example, the birds, when they whistle, when they communicate without any words, all that is the speech of Lord Shiva. And whose ornaments. Now, this is the beautiful part. When Sitara Devi said that you have to dress up like Indian woman with these saris, you are wearing right now also sari, that ornaments are the moon. On his head, you see the moon, and the stars everywhere around him are the stars. That is his ornaments, meaning that anything and everything we can imagine or see on the earth, in the universe, in the cosmos, is Lord Shiva. And that is why we say that Jiva se Siva, meaning that from the soul consciousness to cosmic consciousness is the journey of our soul, is the journey of our spiritual progress. And that is why we bow down to him. That Lord Shiva, when he is dancing as a Nataraja, what happens? We have the Nataraja dance video. Ready?
This was the first dance that Guruji taught me because I was a modern dancer. And she was still, what can we say, like breaking down my masculine, it took a while for me to understand the beauty and subtlety of the feminine, like Saraswati or Lakshmi, Radha. Durga was easier because she's, or Kali, strong. But this was the first dance, and So this is the story of Shiva and Ganga.
Very beautiful. Let us watch that. And then you explain us what was there in the.
Namaste, everyone. I'm really happy to see you here, and really grateful that I, as a Westerner, have been able to be a part of this incredible tradition of India, Tibet, Egypt, and all the sacred dance traditions of the world. I'm going to do a dance for you now that I wanted to talk about a little so that you have a better understanding of the movements I'm doing. It's a dance about the god Shiva, Lord of the dance. And it's a story about Shiva and the river goddess Ganga. There was a time on the earth when there was no water. So Ganga was asked to flow down from the heavens. But she's so wild that Shiva had to be asked to trap her in his matted locks. I think in this culture they call dreadlocks. Matted locks, and further tame her a bit so that he could control her flow on the earth. So the dance begins with praises of Shiva and a lot of iconographical poses. Shiva has 3 eyes. He knows the 3 worlds. He sits on Mount Kailash. He wears the skin of a deer. He rides on the bull. All his devotees sing his praises. He sits on a tiger skin. He dances with the drum. He wears serpents around his arms. He's a very powerful guy. And this dance is in the tradition of my guru, Sitara Devi. It was her father, Pandit Acharya Sukhdev Maharaj, who revived this Hindu form of dance that has a certain wildness that came from the ancients. So here it is for you.
What a beautiful dance. And your mudra, your body language expresses the meaning of the chant that you already expressed while introducing the dance. I really felt that we are blessed on Soul Satsang to bring this authentic art form, the dance form of Kathak through you and reviving Sitara Devi on the stage today. So one thing that I want to connect always, because this is soul satsang, here everything has to go back to the soul, from the ordinary physical and mental personality to the soul existence, where you are thinking about the purpose, why I am here, what I am doing, and where I am going to end up with, what is my ultimate destiny. So, when you were expressing your story, that suddenly in front of the ocean or water body, you started dancing and making the mudra and move like Lord Shiva. Here it is evident again in your dance. Then you had a time travel. You were traveling in your dream state from USA to India in the bedroom or the room of Sitara Devi, your Guruji, and you had the vision of her place first, her existence, her current avatara or form that she is incarnated in this lifetime, and then you meet her. So all this, do you know what is this? From my perspective, the way I understand is, as I was telling you earlier, when the disciple is ready, Guru appears in front of that person. I feel from all the story that I have heard from you and whatever I know little bit about you by coming to your place and knowing you, and in last 9 months, 8 months, your soul has lived in India somewhere in the past life. And that is why we are feeling so connected. And once you started with the ballet dance and all these things in USA, but the moment your chakra, the energy that raised on the higher level, automatically you are being pushed through the destiny, through the circumstances, through the people like Dulal Talukdar and others to go in that place. And this happened naturally, that your body started moving with the Indian dance things, and you are traveling space time and space travel to India, and then now you are right in front of your teacher, who is offering you that, yes, I want to teach you. What does it say? It tells me that the knowledge, the authentic knowledge of that Kathak dance, the Kathak Nritya, wanted to travel through Sitara Devi, through you, to the different part of the world. And today we are privileged, we are lucky that that information, that knowledge is spreading through Soul Satsang to the entire world on this platform. Isn't it beautiful?
It certainly is. It certainly is. The living with Guruji completely changed my life.
Yes,
it completely did. Nothing has been the same, and it gave me. I mean, I always had an interest in music, dance, and many cultures, but this gave me a grounding in an ancient traditional culture. And the beauty is that, unlike Egypt, which I've been working to reconstruct the music and dance and rituals from the temples, but in that tradition, the lineage was cut. And yes, it traveled into the heart of what we call Western alchemy,
yes,
and even into Christianity, the Egyptian. But we call it the underground stream. It was not like India, where, I mean, even whenever it was tried to be suppressed, it couldn't be suppressed. Even if they burnt the temples and wrecked things, it could not be suppressed. It's been nurtured continuously over centuries and centuries. And there's something so beautiful and unique about the Indian mind. That's why they're such good programmers for this intricacies, that have been handed down generation to generation and guru to disciple, and it's just very powerful. And I'm just really happy that the people of India origin are now making their way into the political world to bring that understanding, deep understanding of spirituality and healing that is unique, and at the same time exists if we move beyond the settled science into the ancient true science, of all of these cultures. But because there's been this continuous thread of the Vedic teachings, and also a welcoming in the arts, a welcoming and integration. That's what my first grant was, cultural integration through the history and development of Kathak dance. Because of that, it's always nourished. It's continuously nourished. And there's a sense, of beauty and subtlety in all of the teachings, whether it's, the Vedas or the Natya Shastra or, any of these teachings, that is really unique in the world. And from that perspective, that grounding, I began, to look throughout the world to see the correspondences and similarities, because we're all human beings. But I do want to mention how amazing it was when I lived with Guruji that I met some of the great luminaries. We would go to a concert of Balayat Khan, and we'd all, for some reason, and all these great musicians, they all knew her well, and we would go always a little late, and we'd walk in, and they would clear out 2 seats in the front row, and they would even stop the concert.
Wow.
Ask for her blessing. That was her Shakti.
That was reverence and respect for this dancer. And
now I want to mention our really beloved departed Zakir Hussain. She was very close with his family. And in fact, his first stage performance was at 13 years old, accompanying her.
Zakir Hussain performed with Sitara Devi.
Oh, I saw them perform together, but when he was 13, that was his first stage performance.
Wow.
So, I was able to, here we are at my birthday party there with Guruji, and there's Zakir and myself. And so I met him, and I met some of the great Kathak dancers. And then, like in a year later, his wife, Antonia Minicola, came, and she became also a disciple. And so she's been carrying it on. I do all kinds of cultures, but she's been the real, devoted to Kathak, performing with Zakir. And what a talent. I was very fortunate, to go to his Abaji, his father, Alaraka's house, where he would be training all his sons in tabla, and sit there and listen, and go with her to Benares and meet some of the great musicians, Kishan Maharaj, and all of these amazing tabla players and musicians. And this other photo is from, this was in Boston. These were 2 of the musicians I worked with. Stephen James, he's on to road, but he studied with Basant Rai and with Ravi Shankarji, who I also got to meet and hang out with. And this is Paul Leek, He was amazing, amazing, amazing tabla player. We worked together for 15 years. There's Guruji.
All these luminaries, big names from the Hindustani music and dance industry, connected with Bollywood also. Did you ever got exposed to Gopi Krishna and how he was related to Sitara Devi also?
Oh, yes. Gopi Krishna was Sitara's sister's son. And Sukhdev Maharaj, her father, trained him specifically only in this revived Hindu Kathak, Banaras Gharana.
Wow.
Right. And so he knew, because when I went to live with her, she actually gave her other students away and just focused with me. It was amazing. And then at a certain point, she felt I was ready, and she had him come over to witness my dancing. And he was like, I really have to teach her. Look at her abhinaya. Look, as she can jump. She can, that style I could do. Not every Indian can jump and put their foot up and do all that. So, but she only wanted me to be with her. Right. Yeah. So I didn't have that opportunity, but she did take me for Holi to Raj Kapoor's studio.
Oh, wow. Let us watch that pictures.
Yeah. And that was an amazing experience. There we are, Guruji and me, and dancing. And I met some wonderful, we had the Russian ambassador there, and I met Sahid Jafri and danced with him, and there were other movie stars, and it was really a wonderful. Well, it's holy. Come on, it was just such a fun experience.
Very beautiful, very beautiful. So all these Nargis and Nirupa Roy and all those film stars, Prem Nath and Prem Chopra, everybody was there. Shashi Kapoor. I saw some of the people's photo here, and it was amazing. Even Amitabh Bachchan was there, I saw here.
Well, my Guruji just had extraordinary Shakti. She really did. I mean, she was about 65 at that point.
Wow.
She got some award for dancing continuously, the most hours of any Kathak dancer.
Amazing. At the age of 65 also, she was dancing and performing like you are doing even today.
Oh, yes. It's interesting because I learned at that point, she would tell part of the story as a Kathaka, storyteller. Well, she told me the Kathak actually was called Katha-nritya. And when the Aryans came into North India, they brought the Vedic teachings, but they were so taken with nature that, Saraswati became this god. It was a way to really bring the indigenous population into these teachings.
Yes.
So really the wealth of knowledge to be able to have that experience of one-to-one, hours and hours a day. She had a tabla player and harmonium player. They would accompany me in my practice. And then we went all, to lots of places and temples, and she was a great, great devotee of Durga.
In those days, there was no recorded tracks that you will play. It was always live music, live singing, and live instruments that were played during the performance as well as during the practice, right? And you
yes, but then before I left to go back to the US, she had all her musicians in the Shiva. That's her musicians, right?
They
came, and when I did my Kathak equivalent of Arangatram, it was all her musicians, her reciting all the bowls, etc. So I still have all that music.
Very good.
But when I came to the US, back to the US, then I met Paul, and I met these other people like myself, Americans actually, Westerners, who had all done. It was a wonderful time where so many of us were able to go to India and
Learn.
study with these great legendary Gurujis. It was very open. And so, we gathered together, and I was able, because I had live musicians, I was able to get a lot of interesting performances, like for the Bharatya Vidya Bhavan. During the Festival of India, I did a tremendous amount of performing, opening of the Festival of India at the Empire State Building. I was able to perform.
Wow, amazing. And then did you go back sometime in India, or you stayed only in USA and continued with the other?
No, I went back and forth. I did. It was interesting because when I was doing a lot of performing and, working with like the head of culture, etc., all these people who had this vision that I should go take some teachings with Birju Maharaj. He came to the US. I went to a class, and I wrote a Fulbright fellowship, senior research fellowship, and I went to New Delhi and went to train with him, but it didn't work out because it was completely different from Sitara. They wanted a lot of money. Anyway, I don't want to go into that. But what happened was a theater director that I had met working together in the US on the Animal Tales of India. I mean, I came out crying from this experience of not having anything like my Guruji. In fact, saying to me that, oh, my Guruji had stolen everything from his family, even though she had trained with his family for years and years, his father and his uncles. I was crying, and this man appeared, another situation like this man I met in the US. And he goes, don't worry, I'm taking you to Uma Sharma, another great Kathak dancer.
Wow.
And so I worked with her for a while too. And she was Sitara was kind of wild, and Uma was very, very refined. And so she helped me, bring my Kathak to another level. She was a great singer too.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, so
it is the masculine and feminine energy. Even though the dancer is performing the same form of dance, Kathak Nritya, one is more on a masculine level, one is more on a feminine level. As you were saying, that transmuting that energy and transforming from masculine to feminine is a different form, and it took practice for you. Sitara Devi was a blessing for you and was a perfect match for you because you had that strong, fierce Kali or Durga energy in you.
Yeah. The hardest part for me was learning subtle sensuality.
Exactly, the feminine energy.
If you look today, it's even worse. But if you look at like dance, like hip hop and all of that,
yes,
or even what do they call it now? Some kind of belly dance. I can't remember what they call it, but it's just this kind of overt grasping. I'd call it sexuality that's being put forth. Or there's nothing, or there's just like, right? And being with her, and I grew up in that to some extent, but she would teach me, okay, you're Radha, you see Krishna. Oh, you're so shy.
Yes, yes.
And it was hard for me. I could do it, but I would do it, and then I'd get all like embarrassed, to bring out such a subtle sensuality.
Yes.
Right. And learning, it was very interesting because, I learned all of these, Abhinaya oriented cultural cues for women to deal with men. Yeah. Right. And then, which American guys had no idea. They just thought I was kind of weird, right? But when I would meet, Indian men, then all of this could be expressed and understood.
Yes, yes. I want to say that This is the blessing from your new Guruji, Uma Sharma, who brought out the feminine energy. When you are talking about this, I remember one chant that या देवी सर्वभूतेषु लज्जारूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः. The shyness, the art of hiding yourself and making the hide and seek kind of movements with the Radha and Krishna dance, that is also another form of goddess Durga's energy. You know, the Maya that we see, all kind of emotions, all kind of energy that you feel inside your body is all form of Durga, is all form of Shakti that we were talking about. And this is amazing.
Yes.
So you got exposure to both level of masculine and feminine energy
Oh,
through.
that's a really interesting topic, because the true balance is both. That's what's the beauty of Kathak. You know, all this confusion going on about gender right now. I wish everybody could study Kathak, because you learn to embody, and that's a really important aspect, particularly of Guruji's lineage, that you're embodying, you're bringing their energy, their Shakti, their Chi into you, and you're learning to feel what it's like to be Shiva, to feel what it's like to be Durga, or to be Saraswati, or even Mahisha, or all of the beings, the demons, the gods and goddesses, and everybody. And it gives you, what's very interesting to me that I noticed is that many of the women Kathak dancers of that time had, they had a bit more masculine in them than most women. I mean, they could do the full range, but they were stronger even in their lives, which sometimes were very difficult, because at that point, what was going on, the women, it wasn't like the feminist movement yet. There wasn't all this feminine power coming out. And male Kathak dancers like Birju had a feminine quality.
Yes. Yes. It is amazing, because generally the society portray based on the physical character of the masculinity or feminine energy of male or female character or body. Okay. But the ultimate purpose of learning Kathak Nritya or spiritual progress through meditation, yoga, and all spiritual different practices that we do is to merge your masculine from the right and feminine from the left at the Agya Chakra or the eyebrow chakra. Then you bring the balance. That is the ultimate balance. Then you call in balance or santulan. That is why we call santa, one who learned to balance himself at the eyebrow or Agya Chakra is that person, and that you have to develop. As you are saying, when a male is learning the Kathak Nritya, he is developing that feminine energy, and he is on the body level masculine and developing that emotional level in him. The same way as if female, you develop not just feminine aspect of your emotional part, but also develop the masculine aspect of Shiva. So that is the Durga and Shiva coming together, and it is the height of your spiritual journey. It is the height of your spiritual attainment or siddhi, I would say, that reflect in your lifestyle, reflect in your behavior, in your speech, in your inclusiveness of the people around you, what I was calling jivoham to sarvoham, and then sarvoham to ultimately light body only, what you were talking about through Qi-Gong, that you are no more only a physical level person. You are no more somebody who is just talking and doing things, but you are a energy person where you can travel through the space in the astral plane and above through your spiritual attainment, through your energy, the kundalini or the chi that travels and then lift you up beyond body experience, out of body experience that you had through that dream where you went to Sitara Devi's room and then you connected. You see, such a beautiful things. And my point is, you coming from the Western world have imbibe those values from Sitara Devi because you got directly from the Guru authentic level, one-on-one level. Living with her is like 24/7, you are absorbing energy. Living with her is living with the Shakti itself. And that is a privilege, that is a blessing, that is something that was destined for you in this lifetime. Okay, that is how I see it.
Oh,
Okay,
yes.
but I have seen many Indian people who are doing Arangetram and learning the dance, Bharatnatyam and Kathak and all kind of forms, but only for the sake of getting the certificate and title and running the classes.
Or going to Bollywood.
Exactly. Not to the level that you have that reverence for your guru. And here I want to bring the culture that has been master or guru of the entire world, what we call Vishwa Guru. The culture of enlightenment of one's soul by the grace of Guru, not by doing or saying or passing on, but on a subtle level, living in that aura of the Guru, you are absorbing that energy and it becomes your own value. It becomes your own part of life. This is what I want to bring attention of the world, that our Indian music and dance system as comes from Samaveda, and dance is also called as the fifth Veda because it has its own shastra, it has its own literature, it has its own philosophy. Because when I was talking about Angikam sloka, the Anga Abhinaya is the Kathak Nritya, okay? The dance that is expressed through the body is Angikam. Then Vachikam, your speech is also expressing that Abhinaya. The way we are talking, you see, we are talking and we are using the body language to express this Vachikam. Uh, then Aharyam, people think that it is the food, but it is not the Alankar. Aharyam is how Lord Shiva has the moon on his crescent moon on his head, and Sitara is the stars. You see, your guru's name is Sitara Devi, but all the stars are also ornaments of Lord Shiva. In other words, it is ultimately the consciousness of the divine energy that is ruling over and governing this entire cosmos or universe or galaxies or planets. Earth is just one of that. And we are like a little mosquito on that earth, and we think that I am, this is mine. This is stupidity. This is stupidity. And this is where we need to wake up. Most important thing, it is a living tradition of passing the enlightenment that has been going from a guru to shishya, or a master to the disciple. When you understand that, you put down all the weapons like the Britishers has put down those weapons in front of the Mahatma Gandhi, that your non-violence is more powerful than our weapons that we are trying to use, firearms, in different colonies, different countries of the world. When they were coming across such gurus who are powerful, and when the wisdom was brought into America by Swami Vivekananda 140-50 years ago in 1893, and then Paramhamsa Yogananda, who came 1920 to 1940, 50 in USA, where you have been and I have been, Encinitas and Lake Shrine. We were talking about Michael Henry Dunn, who was following that Paramahamsa Yogananda's teaching. Then again, Maharshi Yogi came, taught yoga and meditation. Iyengar and Swami Rama and J. Jiddu Krishnamurti, all these people came and they spread it. Now it is time for you and me to continue this living energy tradition or enlightenment tradition through this kind of talk shows, this kind of podcast, and this kind of teaching, either through dance, singing, or discussions, because these seeds were planted already on this land, but it was not blooming to the level it should bloom. It was not carried on. Even in India, people are talking about Sanatana and they are still going against the values of Sanatana, which talks about Vasudeva Kutumbakam. We are all one family. As human being, we should see the common factors in each other. We should learn to love and respect and live in harmony as human family. Instead of that, we are dividing in the name of nations and everything. That is the purpose. When you saw that video of Soul Satsang 4 years ago, when I started, I had this vision that through this platform we can bring people from different culture, create the harmony, and we can do something more unique and more powerful. And that is why God has put me in connection with my soul sister like you, Hani Kadaria and Neil Kumar, who are working with us on Healing Our Earth platform and Soul Satsang to bring harmony, to bring unity between the people from all parts of the world. I admire you and I salute you and I bow down to your Guruji, Sitara Devi and Sukhdev Maharaj, who became the instrumental factor for keeping this Kathak tradition and the enlightenment tradition alive. And I want to tell the world that it is not just singing, it is not just dancing, it is much more than that. It is as powerful as yoga and meditation and sadhana that you do by going into the Himalaya, living in this society through art form. And this was the Vedic living. This was the way our ancestors were living in the society where 70% of the people were enlightened. Only 30% or less were non-enlightened, because everybody had guru, everybody had some form of enlightening knowledge that was practiced in day-to-day life with yoga and meditation and nritya and singing. And what I loved in that first video of Goddess Saraswati, where you bow down to the altar, where you bow down to the photo or energy of Goddess Saraswati, and then you perform. You see, these are the values, these are the sanskar, this is the tradition. This is what we want to show to the world, that there is much more than moving the body. There is much more than selling the ticket for the dance show. There is much more than music show. That is where you come from. That is where your roots are with Zakir Hussain. Tell me a little bit about Antonia, because you were the first one who were non-Indian, who was accepted by Sitara Devi as a disciple for her. What was the role of Antonia? She was the second disciple, and how she and Zakir got connected through Sitara Devi in that place.
I don't know how they met originally, but no, probably because Tony was she grew up in music, right? Piano music. And so she had this amazing ear for rhythm, she still does. And she was training, she was in California, she was training at the Ali Akbar College of Music with a Kathak teacher named Chitresh Das, who was the teacher there. But, you know, Zakir had the deep connection with Sitara. So when she came, and this was after I was away at that point, I was in the US, she met Guruji and really, you know, like me, felt this deep connection. And she began to train with her. She didn't live with her, she was living with Zakir. But, and then it was really funny because, you know, I came and we did some training together with Guruji, and Tony was her tatkar, her footwork and her rhythm. Sitara would recite and she would just she lived with Zakir. She would just, be able to just immediately long chakradars, etc. But my skill was in the Abhinaya. So Sitara, like her Gurujis had done, was trying to always have us compete, but we didn't feel that way at all.
Wow.
We loved each other. To this day, there's such, this whole relationship between the disciples. It's just been very strong with us beyond, it's beyond time, I would say, this connection. And my heart goes to her. I think of her every day because of Zakir's shocking passing. And I hope to speak with her soon. I was just giving her time,
Right. Since we are talking about the family and your soul friends, like you have made us your soul brother and sisters, let us make a 1 minute silence for the soul of Zakir Hussain, because he is beloved not just to us, but to millions of music lovers who have heard him performing tabla. And Antonia, we want to give her courage and energy of the divine so that she can take this situation courageously and peacefully. Let's keep 1 minute silence for Zakir Hussain's soul. We'll break our silence with a small prayer. Asitoma Sadgamaya Tamsoma Jyotirgamaya Mrutyorma Amrutam Gamaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May Almighty bring the soul of Zakir Hussain ji to the ultimate light of divinity of Lord Shiva. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. I really appreciate, because you were sharing the updates on his health in the last days, because you still have the connection with the family. And it is always good to know that after so many years, you guys are keeping that relationship. And that tells your personality. You said that there was a loving, respectful, harmonious relationship between all the disciples of Sitara Devi and those families who were learning uh, all these things. They were growing up. You guys were growing up together as a family. And this shows the culture of Indian way of living with art and music. The Bollywood was like that too. Like Raj Kapoor was bringing the entire Bollywood people for the Holi festival, and we don't see this in today's time, even in India, you know. So
Mhm.
that's why through this program, I wanted to bring the truth and the old days, what you can say, old is gold, you know, beautiful days of humanity, of family-like environment. And I admire you. There are a lot of things that I'm learning from you. Let's move on the next part of the program. Did I miss something from that interaction with Sitara Devi and training and those
Well,
days?
I think we'll get into it as we go forward. It pervades everything.
Yeah. Let's go to the, oh wow, Radha Krishna dance. So now that you have finished your training, you are coming back to USA and you are performing with Ramzi and other people. Uh, I think this dance was with Ramzi, Radha and Krishna.
Yes, yes. So that was another magical thing, actually. At this point, which we'll talk about later, I had met my Tibetan master, Chogyal Namkhai Norbu.
Okay.
And he had a practice of dark retreat.
Uh-huh.
Where you would go in the dark and do special practices, you know, on the path to enlightenment. And I was in a place where I didn't know what was coming next. You know, I had to find a way to earn a living. My marriage was dissolving. And I'm in there. I think I spent 10 days in there. And when I came out, it was an extraordinary experience. And when I came out, there had been a call from a woman who said to me, she had a show called Dance Around the World, which was for young audiences, which is a company that sends artists out to schools throughout the USA. And she couldn't do it anymore. So she had called to see if I wanted to do it. And I had begun working with Ramzi El-Edlabi, Lebanese origin, New Yorker, and incredible dancer and musician. And his training was similar. He didn't have the Indian training, but he had all this Middle Eastern training and ballet and modern dance, and some African. You know, we were similar in that. And so I said, okay, Ramzi and I have the show. And so we took her place and began performing for schools and universities from all the way from, you know, kindergarten all the way through college. We danced 12 cultures and did a lot of workshops. Like one of my favorite was, I was asked to go to Queens, New York, to teach once a week a third grade class about India.
My goodness.
And we did the Ramayana. I taught them the Ramayana. All the girls, for some reason, wanted to be Surpanika. They wanted to do like the tot tot day, dig da dig decay, you know. But what was so beautiful about it, and it was a way, because it was storytelling.
Yes.
It was a way I could, like, I have to say, sneak meditation and yoga into the curriculum, because they were dancing a story. And oh yeah, you know, here's Ram sitting in meditation, you know. So it was wonderful. And the other thing I saw in that was there were, you know, a number. Queens probably has the most variety of cultures, but the Indian children, like, I had to have 2 Rams because they all wanted to, and I could see their self-esteem rising because everybody was participating in their culture.
Very beautiful.
Right. And a beautiful thing that happened was this little Hispanic boy. He hadn't learned to read yet, but he fell in love with Ganesh. And his grandmother, who he lived with, took him to the library to get these, you know, little children, but he learned to read because he loved Ganesh.
Very nice.
So there's some soul connection there.
Yes.
Yeah. So
I want
Ramsey and I,
I
yes.
want to add for our audience, Ramayana is the epic story of the life of Lord Rama, how he was born and brought up and what happened during his lifetime. And uh, here Sharon was teaching the young kids about the story of Lord Rama and through dance and yoga and meditation with young children. This is amazing because their brain, their mind, their heart is so open, and they absorb it as it is, that without any hesitation, resistance, or complaint, or anything. And Lord Ganesha, he is like elephant-headed god. This Hispanic boy is falling in love with that. You see, look at this body language, how she's talking about Lord Ganesha, the trunk of Ganesha that she's trying to express. And it is a symbol of innocence because we say that on the Muladhara chakra, which is the base chakra, the first chakra, when you start the practice of meditation or your spiritual journey is started, you have to become innocent. And Lord Ganesha's energy is established there. Simply, you have to put your logic away. How can an elephant's head can fit on the trunk of a human body? You are releasing that knowledge, you are releasing those questions. Only a child can do that. That's why we say that one need to become a childlike innocent person when you want to start your journey, and pure consciousness, meaning that no thoughts, no emotions, no lust or greed or anger or any kind of things should be left away in order to start your spiritual journey. Very beautiful things. I'm just adding my things that I understand and try to educate our audience that how we can connect everything in the life with our Vedic knowledge or with our Sanatana Dharma. That is the Dharma or the inner voice of entire humanity. It is not just for those who believe and those who don't believe. It is for everybody, whether you believe it or not, because it is part of our existence. It exists inside us. Very beautiful. I love it. I love it.
So it was a wonderful experience, all of these cultures. And even if we didn't have, like we didn't really have China, but we were told that one school had predominant Chinese. So we created a Chinese dance for them. It was to bring the beauty and correspondences between all of these cultures, particularly for us on a spiritual level and a musical level, vibrational level.
Okay, we want to take a small break before we continue, so that I will pass it to our team for promoting one upcoming event. We will come back in 5 minutes. Sounds
Okay.
good?
Yes.
Because we are going into the next level and it will be more information, more fun, more energy. I want you to take little break to recharge, and we are coming.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Sharon and Hitendraji. What a wonderful session that is happening. Really a transfusion of the different cultures, and to see a non-Indian going to India and then learning about the Indian culture, not just that, and also the other different cultures like a Chinese and different spiritual practices and whatnot. So it's very inspiring. Just the way we bring a unique guest every month. Next month we are going to have a Sonia Rajput coming to us from our Samarpan meditation family. She is from originally from Punjab, and she has a very unique experience how she got connected with Swamiji, and that tells us the real life story, and also soul's journey is that when soul's calling is stronger, no matter where you are, you will be pulled towards your master or where that calling is coming from. So you're going to learn something very interesting, how this soul got connected with the Swamiji, and a lot of different experiences and how it kind of transformed her life. she's originally, like I said, she's originally from Punjab, and after she got connected with Samarpan, she's been doing a Guru Karya, getting involved with community. And she is also performing a Punjabi translation for the Swamiji's daily messages. She's also a city head, for Ropar Center in Punjab. So that way, she's just trying to, give back to the master. This session is going to be on the March 8, 2025. It's on Saturday, 7:30 p.m. Mumbai time and the 9 a.m. Eastern New York time. So let's make sure that we join this session and hear all these experiences that she has to, give it to us, and then also spiritually progress with that. So with that, I will hand it off to the next event. Yeah, so if you don't have any more events to promote, maybe then I'll invite Hitendra and Sharon back to the stage to continue with the interview.
Wow, such a beautiful session. Thank you, Sharon. How about we play the video while
Krishna and
Hitendra?
Radha. Let's do Krishna and Radha. So, I taught Ramzi some basic Kathak, such a good dancer. And this was one of the dances that we did for the children and other places.
So, how was the response from the children learning the things from Indian culture, as we were saying that?
Oh, they loved all the, and Ramzi is a great comedian as well. And
yes,
they loved, even when I taught, there were classes where we would teach them these dances, and they loved being the naughty Krishna, they thought this was the coolest.
The video that we have selected, we have seen some drama between Radha and Krishna, you and Ramji depicted through your dance. It is going to be very interesting for our audience to watch that and to see the love between the Radha and Krishna. You have to understand their age was very young. Like Radha was 11 years and Krishna was 7-8 years. So that was the age when they met. And look at the dance and you will be able to catch the vibes or that naughtiness of Lord Krishna that we hear in the stories and epics of Krishna. Let's watch that.
We're going to begin with a story from ancient India. It's about a little boy named Krishna. Now, Krishna was a very naughty boy. He lived in a village called Vrindavan, and he loved to tease all the girls, especially his friend Radha. And she's complaining in the story. She's saying, "Oh, Krishna, why do you block my path? Every time I'm going to the river, you block my path, you steal my necklace, you pull my hair. Everyone is talking about me. What am I going to do?" Now you'll notice that Ramzi, he's playing Krishna, of course, and he'll be holding a flute because Krishna loves to play the flute. And Radha, she'll be carrying a pitcher of water on her head.
What a beautiful dance. So those who did not get idea about the last part of the dance, it was like water guns that we have in the western side during the festival of Holi. The water guns, they fill it up with the colors. So that's what he was doing, Ramji, or and then he was spraying it over Radha to color her up. That is the festival of Vasanta, or the spring in India. Right now, that festival is coming very soon. And that is the same festival that Sharon was talking about when Sitara Devi and her went to RK Studio, and they had this holy celebration with Raj Kapoor and all the Bollywood stars. Very beautiful, very beautiful. We can hear the kids enjoying and laughing on your movement and on the dance that you were performing. That is the fun thing. That is the fun thing. Now, one more thing that comes to my mind as when you were given that project of dancing and spreading the Indian culture in schools and university. That was from the Department of Education, or it was from a specific schools that selected that program?
So this was there were actually three companies we worked for. One was called Young Audiences, and they were a company that that brought all, they had a lot of artists on their roster, and they would offer these experiences, assemblies, and workshops to the schools, because the arts was New York, Connecticut, Virginia. We worked, and New Jersey. Wow. And we were very popular. One of the reasons is because they had a choice between, like, they could have a whole African ensemble, which would cost a lot of money and do only Africa, or they could have Ramzi and I. It was just two of us, and we did 12 cultures.
Wow. So it was more from less people and cost effective.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So we had a lot of work. It was them. There was a wonderful company we worked also called Arts Horizons, and then another one, Lotus Fine Arts. And that was interesting. We did shows. We had a flamenco dancer, Andrea, that we did shows called Along the Caravan Routes, where we showed the correspondences rhythmically, melodically, and culturally between the Middle East, how really it was the Rajasthani dancers, right? The Kathak dancers who went along the caravan routes and brought all of these rhythms, this cultural exchange that went on, that I did a bunch of research on this. There are Sanskrit words in the flamenco vocabulary. They have, the rhythms will go in cycles. Wow. And the movements, there's all the footwork and some of the mudras and all of that. So that was a lot of fun. I've always been looking at these correspondences, spiritual, particularly symbolic correspondences.
Well, people know, and now they have accepted that Sanskrit is the mother of all the languages. And before, there were Indian languages and European languages, but most of the places it is mentioned now as Indo-European languages.
That's right.
See, this is where we have to understand that language has a big importance in our life, and words, as I was saying, Lord Shiva is the Lord of all sounds. Sounds with word and without word. Languages are human made. It is the way to express, but the primordial sound is a, u, ma, om, which is what we say in the prayer when we are doing the Amen also. So these are the things, more we are open-minded and more we want to learn from different culture, more we can accept in this way. And you are absolutely right that you and Ramzi, being a team of two, doing the around the world dance classes, and this project was probably more cost effective and very successful. But I can see you guys were enjoying it. The costumes, the
Oh,
music.
we had so much fun together because I learned a tremendous amount about, as he's really a Sufi. Yeah,
Yes.
he actually teaches all the
Middle East,
spinning and all the stuff, but he's a great performer. And I learned so much from him, from this interaction about Middle Eastern culture.
Very beautiful, very beautiful. There was one more dance that I would like to show to our audience about the lotus dance, the one that was amazing. Yes,
Okay.
let's see that video. Yeah, this is Ramji and Cambridge High School Choir.
This is me as the goddess Guan Yin.
Wow.
The Chinese goddess of compassion.
Very beautiful. This is what you were talking about, right?
Yeah. So this is in Rupak Tal, 7 beats.
What an amazing performance.
That was a wonderful experience. We were asked to come to, this was Cambridge, Massachusetts High School, right, and work with the choir. And most of these students were African American, and we trained them in it's actually the bowls for Tutkar, right, in Rupaktal, and they became so absorbed in it. It was like it was like a new club, right? And they would be on their buses, to school and singing this and all that. But the coolest thing was when we did this performance, Paul, the tabla player, he went around before and did put little tikas on everybody. And this one girl goes, "I'm going to wear this for a week." They just through the rhythm, through the music.
They got connected with the culture.
That's right.
Amazing, amazing thing. So you have that mission, that purpose of spreading what you learn from the past life in this side of the world, as Swami Vivekananda or Lord Guru Paramahamsa Yogananda has been doing to spread the Kriya Yoga or meditation or Vedic wisdom to this world. I am doing the same thing, spreading the knowledge of meditation and spirituality to this world. I guess we are born with many things inside us that we don't know. But when we do this and when other people enjoy it, looking at the happiness and joy on the face of others, we feel that oh, I have fulfilled my purpose. I live today. That is what it is. Try to make at least one person smile in your day, and you will feel that I lived today. I am alive, and that keeps you young, healthy, and beautiful, like Sharon.
It's
Isn't it?
like when I was young, I sang this song. When you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you.
Very true. And you cry alone. That is the life. But you need to have friends like you who are smiling and who are ready to share their love unconditionally and make everybody smile in their life. So that
Yes.
is beautiful. Let's go through some of the slides if we missed out something or we have covered up most of the things. Before we go to Tibetan aspect and Egyptian culture, I want to learn a little bit more about the Tibetan philosophy with Master Norbu that you had the experience with. We put it on hold a little bit. Yes, this is another part of the memories with Ramsey.
Yes, yes. This actually, this one with the sword on my head there, that was at the Taj Mahal casino
Oh, Atlantic City.
in Atlantic City.
Yes, yes, yes.
These are actually these dancers, these Middle Eastern dancers and musicians are very well known.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
your costume is very much like those hostesses in Taj Mahal Hotel, owned by Donald Trump by the time in those days.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
And that is Ramsey on the top right with the color costume after white coat.
Yes, yes, yes.
Amazing, amazing. Look at the photo on the right. Is this Radha Krishna dance also or something else?
Yes, that's Radha Krishna.
Wow.
That's Radha Krishna.
Lovely, lovely. And this tells me that you have literally enjoyed every part of your life wherever you are. And dance was the reason. Dance allowed you to enjoy everything in your life. That is beautiful. And what is this? He is another.
Oh, this was this was a wonderful time when we got to dance together. I got to dance with someone who was highly trained in Kathak.
Uh-huh. He
Yeah,
was also
I was in New York. We did a lot of performing in New York City and surrounding areas during this time.
interesting.
Yeah, yeah. This is why, I was asked to be part of the Festival of India, etc.
Yes.
Yes, and that's from Africa. Oh, this was very interesting because we were asked after we had performed and done some workshop, we were asked to come into the school in New Jersey and spend a whole semester coming, like every few weeks. And each grade had a different culture that we taught. And so this looks like Africa. It wasn't just that we came and I came in and I had them all sit in a circle and they all had like crayons and paper. And I led them on this meditative journey where I told the story, introducing them to the culture. They all had their own, I had them do meditation, breathing and close their eyes. And I told the story. And then when I was done, I had them draw what they saw in their minds. So they had something to take home with them. And then we had the parents come in. So then the teachers during that semester would read about whatever culture. This was Africa, right? So the third grade learned all about Africa. And then the parents came in and helped them make their costumes and their masks. They made little drums. This class was really interesting because there was a little boy, a little African-American boy who had been, his mother had taken crack cocaine when he was in the womb. So he was very fidgety. He couldn't sit still. And I think this was before they were putting them on meds. But there was something about the drumming that completely altered his life. he became so good. He was so good at it. Ramsey spent time with him that when we did the performance for the whole, community and the New Jersey head of education, she came too.
Yes.
We did a traditional scene before we did this dance. We had him and Ramsey together, like the African guru and disciple equivalent, and they played together. And he had a little solo, and it completely altered the way that the teachers and the students perceived him. It changed his life and he found something that could really help him with, what he was going through.
That is amazing. With children, many things we don't understand, as we were talking about ourselves, that we carry on or we bring in so many things from past life in our subconscious mind, in our unconscious mind. But only when the opportunity or situation arises, it comes out. Whether it is Shiva dance that you were performing, or whether it is desire to do something very unique in your life as a dream. And people, if they follow that inner voice, something good can come out. So in that child's case also, I feel the same way. One of our team members, Sonal Sabu, this is Samarpan program, was there in December 2024. She is a special need teacher, and currently she is teaching the meditation to all the teachers who are special need teachers in her school board in California, in Bay Area. And they are getting amazing results because those teachers are using the meditation practice to calm down, balance themselves, and to use it with the kids in their approach, how to handle them. Because there's autistic and other kids, they are very and very difficult to manage. But such things has to be used as a powerful tool. We have to understand that boy, after learning the drum, something must have worked out in his system that was coming down in his life from the past life. You see?
Yes. Well, I'm part of a project now called the Global Transformation Project with my friend, the World Qi-Gong and Tai Chi Day creator, called the Global Transformation Project. And his mission is, there's International Yoga Day. Well, he wants it to be International Mind Body. So it's not just yoga, it's meditation, it's Qi-Gong, it's Tai Chi, it's all of these. So he wants like a petition through the UN. So we're working on that. And if anybody just go to the global transformation project.org, and he has a petition to sign to get this thing happening, because it's clear to me from my experience there that I only wish I had Qi-Gong, because they have these things called animal frolics, right? You do these Qi-Gongs of snakes and birds, and the kids would love that. But there's lots of research too. He has on his site about the effect of these ancient teachings, meditative teachings, and mind-body oriented teachings on children, and how they calm them, they help them in so many different ways.
Yes, we will certainly support that. Good for bringing that up on this program. I would like to add one more thing, that you are talking about animal frolics, and some of the yoga posture that do in the yoga pilates.
The lion.
Like the lion posture, that and the breathing techniques that we use with the posture of the tiger, and all these things helps you, and try to revitalize those past life characteristics that we are holding on. But at the same time, it is helping us to live more healthier and happier through those yogic posture, through those yogasana or pilates and breathing techniques. Amazing how world is so common, and everything at the end of the day connects us as human being. That's why one of the mission statement we use on Soul Satsang is Ubuntu, which is coming from Zulu language in Africa. But Ubuntu
Michael Tellinger has a Ubuntu Yeah,
Yes.
Michael Hellinger is doing a whole thing with that. But I want to mention that we brought the animals. This could transition us into Egypt, because if you look at all the netters, which really means the beings of nature, netter means nature, they're gods and goddesses. There's lion-headed, there's bird-headed, there's all of these, and they are to connect you with that Shakti, that Chi of those beings. The flight of the bird, that ability to like transcend, the ground and be flying in the air, the power of the lion. And that exists in Africa, that exists in all cultures, because all of the cultures were nature-based before we had all the technology.
Yes, yes. And I think it is only nature that is, I would say, expression of Prakriti, the Shakti, okay? The creation. Creation happens with the Shakti, and the enlightenment happens through Shiva. So Shiva and Shakti, when they unite together, then the ultimate creation takes place. So many people fail to understand, but whatever pros and cons, good and bad we have as human being, is coming because of the balance or imbalance of this human nature, balance and imbalance of this Shiva and Shakti, masculine and feminine energy. Wow. So this is the World Tai Chi Day. We are
Yes, and this is about the Global Transformation Project. Bill and his wife Angie, began it, and I've devoted years to it, and it's become really a huge. It happens the last Saturday, I think, the last weekend in April. And CJ's on this research Qi-Gong, National Qi-Gong Committee. So this is a wonderful vision, and we pray that it, especially with this new focus coming into the US on our health, that we can actually bring this into fruition.
Alternative medicine or therapies or techniques, natural healing techniques that we can use for our health. And it is very powerful. They are very effective in our life. So I wish you all the best. And we always support anything that helps humanity, that helps lifting the vibration of the earth and bring us connection with each other, in connection.
Oh, in fact, we were working on finishing up Quantum Chi, and Bill sent me a video from World Qi-Gong Tai Chi of a whole group in Lucknow doing Tai Chi and Qi-Gong.
Wow.
So I put a little segment in there.
Very beautiful. Very beautiful. This is
well, imagine if you've grown up in yoga and then you go to Tai Chi.
Yes.
Or Qigong, they're very graceful, but it's a beautiful, because it's not just the teacher, but then there's a part where it's like, I don't know, like 100 children doing practice. It's very nice.
This is coincidence or God's way of creating this synchronicity, I don't know. But even Sonalji told me that her son and husband are attending the 45-day meditation retreat in India at the Dandi Ashram, where our master has established the monastery. They are also teaching Tai Chi today while we are having this program.
That's wonderful.
What a coincidence that where this message, this energy is spreading, you see?
Yes.
This is God's way of connecting us. Amazing. So before we go to the Egyptian culture, I want to get a little bit of the wisdom from Tibetan wisdom, Tibetan part of your...
That's been a very deep, really profound training that I had already met Guruji and lived with Guruji when actually my friend who I met in India, who had lived in the Aurobindo ashram.
Wow.
Jean Finney. I'd come back from India, I felt lost. And she said, oh, why don't you come with me? There's this amazing Tibetan master, Namkai Norbu. And he's doing a retreat in, Western Massachusetts. And I went there, and again, I felt, like I was home.
Wow.
And these teachings, it was like I'd had this grounding now in Indian dance and Tantra, because the embodying, Shiva and Durga, etc., is a tantric experience. It's the embodiment and feeling their energy through your body. And then the Tibetan teachings, he is a master of what was called Dzogchen, which is the great perfection, it's called. And it's probably, I would say, it's the highest level of their teachings. That was a secret for a very long time. And he was bringing it forth out into the Western world. And along with the tantric teachings, because there's like Sutra, Tantra, and Dzogchen. And, it was just amazing to learn these practices that you're chanting mantras, you're imagining, you're seeing yourself as you transform into the deity in your mind, right? It's not like you're dancing them, but you're transform, and you see yourself, as this, as Tara, for example, right? And, the mantra spinning around your heart as you're reciting it, and you're sending compassion out to all beings. They're beautiful, beautiful practices that even help deepen my understanding and appreciation for and experience of and transmission of as a dancer. Everything I'd learned in India, it took me to a whole other level. But the thing, these practices, they give you, well, first of all, in some ways, very much they originated in India through Buddhism and then traveled up to Tibet. And they're so extraordinary. I would say that the Tibetans really understand the true science of the mind and how to work with the mind and free the mind and liberate the mind into, in a more enlightened state, and the emotions. There's all kinds of practices for transmuting the emotions into their enlightened qualities. So and also what's unique to Namkhai Norbu is that he is called a terton. He was called a terton, which means a finder of lost treasures. And so Padma Sambhava, who was kind of the high guru, the transmitter of the Tibetan Buddhist teachings, he and his consort, Yeshe Sogyal, so this is like 900, right? He had come from India and brought this. They worked together and they meditated together, did all these practices for many things, but they discovered or created or whatever manifested all of these teachings. But they felt, because the time, it was a different time, that some of the teachings were not for that time. They were for later. And so they hid these teachings. They hid them in the dream, the realm of dreams. They hid them actually
astral plane.
Yeah, they hid them in, like his Norbu's uncle. He was also one of these, and he received this, message to go to a place on a mountain and to, take his little pickaxe and go, and there would be a statue of Tara, and the Tara, and it would have underneath, it would have a like little scroll with a new teaching that hadn't been brought forth, and then he'd read it and he'd imbibe it, and then it would all dissolve into light. So Norbu had this through dream. He's a teacher of dream yoga.
Wow.
Right. And through his dreams, he would go to these different realms and meet with the Dakinis, and they would give him teachings. And he went to one, and he learned this whole dance that's done on a mandala, the Vajra dance. And the whole dance is male and female, and it's all these colors on this beautiful mandala. And it's all about the nature of the mind as you're dancing. Now, here I am. So I learned from him this teaching, this practice of Singhamukha, lion-headed Dakini, who's a great protectress. And so then I turned it, and I studied a little Tibetan dance too, and then I turned it into this dance. But the dance is a mix, and all my work, especially now, it's a mix of both I learned in chakradars, etc., from Guruji, with even Middle Eastern rhythms, with Tibetan chanting. It's all mixed together for this dance.
Everything that you learned so far, you mixed it up in this performance, in this creation. Very amazing thing. And
yeah, this is part of my nectar of bliss.
Wow. So
now we go to Egypt and healing.
Before we go to Egypt, you mentioned about Padma Sambhava. Let us watch the video of when you brought me to the temple of Padma Sambhava in
the stupa. Yes. Okay.
So after that, we will go to Egyptian things.
This is a stupa. This is Tibetan, of course, Buddhist. And this is Padma Sambhava up there, also known as Guru Rinpoche. And he was in India. He came from India, and he went and brought the tantric teachings, but these incredible Buddhist teachings, to Tibet.
Wow.
And really kind of, as they say, tamed the wildness. And he came to the king, Tritson Detsen, and became kind of the guru for the
meditation.
Yeah, for everything, everything. He had a few consorts, Yeshe Sogyal and Mandarava, and they did all the, like many of the practices that are done in Tibetan Buddhism come from his teachings.
Amazing.
And he was he and Yeshe Sogyal in particular did all these. They could reach out into the luminous realms, we'll say that. And they brought in all these teachings and for the future. And sometimes they hid them in the luminous realms, or sometimes on the earth for the time when they would be important. So my teacher, Namkai Dorpu, his family is called the Tertons, the finders of lost
I've been talking
treasures. And they would, in dreams, because they did a lot of dream yoga, they would receive a message, go to this place in Tibet and bring all your disciples, because there'll be a Tara statue and a Tara teaching. And so like his uncle went there, and he heard, okay, take your axe and dig in here, and then this Tara statue would come out, and then this teaching would appear, and as soon as he received it, it would all dissolve.
Wow.
So it's
that is
really
amazing.
fascinating.
So it is a way of divine communication, giving you indication of what is next, and inner guidance, what we call, is coming from the higher places.
Yes.
And this is a beautiful place.
So I'll
really
tell you
enjoyed it.
one of his mantras.
Please.
Om Ahum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum.
Wow. Say it one more time.
Om Ahum Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. And there's also a song that goes, Ojan Yogi Nu Jabsam Pamage Saldan Bola Yachan Jogi No Drubne Pama June She Sudrag Kodu Kandro Mampogo Geji Je Sudag Drubji Jinji Labshir She Suso Guru Pema Siddhi Hum.
Wow,
beautiful.
He's called the lotus-born guru. They say he was born out of a lotus flower.
Wow, wow. That's a symbol of crown chakra. Thank you very much for bringing us here, Sharon, once again. And namaste from Healing Our Earth. This is Hitendra Rana and Kalpana Rana from Raleigh, North Carolina, with Sharron Rose in Creston, Colorado. Creston, Colorado. Creston, Colorado. It was windy. That's why there was a lot of disturbance. But
yes, yes.
We were able to enjoy that sunset, the beauty of the nature at that place, and your singing was amazing. Thank you very much for sharing that wisdom. And now we are good to go to Egypt. So much to share with us, and I wanted to make sure we together share everything that we have with our audience. Amazing.
So now we're about 1992. And I was performing in this thing called the All-American Bug Show. I needed to earn some money, and these friends had the show where we danced. It was all wild for all these schools. Actually, that's where I learned. This was before Dance Around the World, and that's really where I learned how to put together a school show. It was a very popular show. So we were, when I was first going out with them, they had the woman whose place I was taking, and she started talking to me. She says, "Oh, you know, I also work with this man, Robert Masters." And I said, "Oh, I've heard about him. You know, I'd like to meet him." So she takes me over. I go to meet him. So he was very famous in the kind of New Agey esoteric world, the human potential movement. He and his wife, who I'm still very much in contact with, Dr. Jean Houston, she's very well known. And they had a mystery school. And I go over there, and their place is like a museum. Oh, wow. They've got all of these statues from all over the world. And that he had put together, he had been a psychologist, but he was an Egyptologist as well. And he was devoted, you know, understand this kind of devotion, to the lion-headed goddess of Egypt called Sekhmet. And so I said, "Oh, that's interesting, because I've been doing this practice of, you know, transforming into Singhamuka." So we had this connection immediately. But he was also a hypnotist who did these guided visualizations. And so from the first time I met, we went to Egypt. We went, you know, into this hypnotic state and went to Egypt in our consciousness, right? And took teachings in these states from these deities. We also went to India. We did a lot of amazing work together. And that was, and also there was a man named Moshe Feldenkrais, who was an Israeli, who created this system of healing, bringing consciousness into the tissues and really working with the joints. He had worked with all the Olympic athletes and helping them. And so he was highly trained in that. And he blended his knowledge from, you know, all of his training with the Feldenkrais, and created the psychophysical method of neurosensory reeducation. During this period also, I trained in a technique called craniosacral therapy. And what was so interesting, you know, it's like what it uses is, you know, how in acupuncture you have the pulse and you feel what's going on in the organs. Well, in this, there's a tube called the dural tube that runs around the coccyx, you know, and then goes all the way up the spine and makes the outer covering of the brain. And it has the craniosacral fluid, which has a rhythm and its own pulse. And you use that, you learn how to sense it and feel it and bring it into harmony. You learn, and then they had visceral manipulation also, where I learned to sense the movement and energy of all the different organs and release adhesions and things like that. So between learning that and working with him, that was my real deep dive into healing techniques. And what was fascinating was that at that point I was doing all this research into Egypt, and there's a book called The Temple of Man by R.A. Schweller de Lubitz, and I would say that his lineage, or he, because it was cut in Egypt, but he was a mystic out of Austria who went with his wife and daughter to Egypt and decoded the temple of Luxor, which he said was in the shape of a human being. And he gives you like all the, like where the third eye and all, it's so much in relationship. And so I was reading this book, and it has these translations from these ancient texts of Egypt. And it's talking about their knowledge of the craniosacral, of the dural tube. They didn't use those words. And it was like, that's where craniosacral came from. And then I found out the woman who created another system that I'm very in love with called Rolfing. It's an amazing system of deep tissue massage, but way beyond that, it's just really working to bring you into proper alignment. That woman said she received the knowledge from the Egyptian, or like her Egyptian lifetime and her Egyptian connection. So all of a sudden, Egypt was coming very strongly. And so with Robert Masters, not only did I begin my exploration into Egypt, in terms of the symbology and the music and all of that, but also the healing practices. They were doing brain surgery. It's amazing what was going on there. Wow. And then I said, okay, I want to take Ramsey and I were Ramsey and I were, we created the first Isis and Osiris dance. But I went to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, which has an amazing, one of the best ancient Egyptian exhibits in the world.
I want to add one thing at this point, that according to Egyptian mythology, if I'm not wrong, Sekhmet, you mentioned the name Sekhmet, is not just goddess, warrior goddess, but also goddess of medicine.
Yes.
That's something that we can connect over here with what you are telling me, the healing.
Very perceptive, yes.
The healing that takes place from within. So you see, many different cultures bring different information, but if we are open, then we can benefit from it. And when you are open-minded, when you accept it, then only you benefit. Otherwise, world is like a buffet table. There is so much information, so many things, good and bad. What you take and what you choose, if you are able to accept it, then you can benefit from it, and then you can develop the adaptation, develop the resilience in different aspect of the life, and you can connect on an esoteric level, you can connect on a spiritual level to your knowledge that is hidden inside you. To your knowledge from the past life or past incarnation on different parts of the world, because what you see physically today is not just only way of living. There are many other things. Here she is sharing with the Sekhmet.
Yes. Now you notice that, look at what's on her head. It's the awakened Kundalini. That was the thing. When I went, I looked at all these paintings and statues. And what did I see? I saw the same symbols.
Yes, serpent
that I knew from Indian, Kathak, etc. And so that's the sun on her head. That's the awakened Kundalini, the serpent. The lotus flower is a big symbol in Egypt.
Very true.
And the interesting thing about this one, you see the ankh that she's holding in her hand. It's called an ankh, the key of life. Well, this was my husband's research, but that ankh was the predecessor of the Christian cross.
Wow. Okay.
Right. And he shows, like, if you go to Chartres Cathedral in France, can see that the Ankh it's not just the cross, but it's that circle. And it's the union again of masculine and feminine, if you look at it.
Yes, yes. Amazing. Amazing how we can connect the dots with so much information from different.
There she is. Yes.
Amazing.
Her like almost mantra seed syllable is Sa, Sekhem, Sahu. And Sa is like the Kundalini and the healing power. Sekhem means the power, the power that of light that dwells in the depths of darkness. And Sahu means the light body, the enlightened being.
So that is where we call dark night of soul, power of dark, power of light that goes into the darkness. Dark night of soul is when we are going through the challenges, like you were mentioning about your own life when your marriage was dissolving. Ari was young and you were still trying to survive and develop your career in dance and training. You had to go through the dark night of soul. You have to go inside to bring that inner light out, you see? And that is why we say most of the answers of the problem that we are facing in the life are not outside.
Oh, for sure.
Inside, you know? And my guru always say that आपको problem है क्योंकि आप में problem है. In other words, you have problems because there are problems sitting inside you. Somewhere, somehow, we are not willing to clear that chakra, that blockages on the chakra, or the blockages that are stopping us to accept the information or the knowledge that is coming from outside. So your inner voice is telling you that this is you, this is what you were in the past life, this is what you were practicing, accept it. This is the Indian dance that you may want to learn. But if being an American or coming from the family that you are coming from, if you reject at that time, that darkness will not be removed. The light will not be able to help you. And then you keep on coming to the life and birth cycle again and again because you did not learn in this life what you were supposed to learn, which was the purpose of your life to learn, you know? So everything, segment, every life force, everything that light and dark, we can connect. And for this, people like you and me who have studied and understood and accepted and explored this knowledge are the medium for the next generation that try to understand this. Life is not like a frog living in the well. What we call in Hindi kupa manduk, or Sanskrit kup manduk is the frog in the well, because the frog in the well looks around and it finds the wall. Frog in the well, when looks up, there is only little sky. Only after coming out of the well, you will be able to see how huge, how vast this world is, how vast this sky is. And that is where we have to come out from the keyhole vision to the open wall, open mind, open heart kind of thinking, in order to explore this esoteric knowledge, in order to understand the language of inner voice, what we call real dharma. Dharma is nothing but intuition. Dharma is nothing but the voice of your soul that is guiding you. Go in this direction, do this. And that is what I learned from your story. You have listened to your voice, you have followed your guidance, you have moved from one step to another, and that is how you met Robert Masters. That is how you met Sitara Devi. That is how you met Master Norbu. You see, if you follow that voice, if you follow that guidance, you will benefit everything that you learn from past life. You will regain that knowledge and you can practice it and you can share it to the world the way you are sharing. And that is why your name is Share On. Keep sharing.
Well, a fascinating thing, I moved to Boulder when I met Jay. I moved to Boulder and there's a place called Star House, beautiful temple. And there I was doing some teaching. I started this once a month goddess teaching where I would teach people to all about the meditation of these goddesses, etc. But I met a man, John Nichols, who was a scribe, reading and writing hieroglyphs. And so I was at that point teaching what I called embodied kirtan, because I was like really, I'd gone out west. I'd been in New York where people are very serious about things. And then all of a sudden I'm with all these people doing kirtan, but they have no idea of who, they're singing Ram Ram, but somehow the person doesn't tell them who Ram is or anything about it. So I thought, okay, we'll not just sing it, we'll dance it, right? And take all the poses and all that. So this John Nichols, he said, oh, this is very interesting. Well, how about we'll take prayers, because he could read and write, and they're hieroglyphs. He could, even though the teaching was cut, there were still people that preserved. So every hieroglyph in Egypt, actually, from what they say, because sound played way big part, sound and frequency, they could touch the hieroglyphs and they would resonate as sound.
Wow.
So he gave me the sounds and the glyphs. So then I started putting them to music, because I was working with this wonderful group called Sherife, and who are Middle Eastern, but they're trained in all kinds of things. This is the group I still work with out of Boulder. And I started putting it all to music and movement. So I would look at a glyph. There's a glyph like that means, so one of the, I'll just give you one little piece of the song. The word is Ari Nefer, which I found very interesting because of my son. And Ari in Hebrew means lion, right? Yeah. But in this, Ari, it's the glyph of the eye, and Vesica Pisces, sacred geometry, and it looks, it's where all life pours forth from. So it means create and bring forth, Ari. And then there's one called Nefer, and Nefer means beauty. So the movement is like, Ari Nefer, right? So I looked at the glyphs and started, as much as I could, the movement would mimic the glyphs.
Yes. So what is hieroglyph for our audience to understand?
You've seen in Egypt, all the writing, the ancient writing that's on all the temples, and they're pictographs, right? And so that's what a hieroglyph is. It's those, like we saw the Ankh, and that means life, right? The key of life. So you'll see now people wear them all. It's a big, right? So that's how they wrote. It wasn't like our regular writing, and it all had relationships and deep symbolism. One glyph, like the glyph for, like the sound sa, it means protection. It also means this kundalini-like energy.
Feminine energy.
So it's the same, how when I learned Kathak, we take one phrase, right? But the singer would sing it with different inflections. And it's this, and I would dance it with different inflections, right? Different meanings. So just like in the Indian arts, this hieroglyphic language was to evoke many layers of spiritual understanding.
A mantra, there is a symbolic meaning.
Yes.
And
Yes.
there is, how you say, it is not just literal word to word meaning, but it has some hidden meaning that you have to understand to decode the meaning to benefit from the energy connected with it,
Yeah.
And this is how, if you look into the spiritual or religious books, for example, Bible was written through this kind of decoding of the energy and message that one can connect with the higher energy. of invisible spirits and invisible forces, then you can use that esoteric knowledge, that communication into your practical life. And that became the guidance for many. Even the Vedas were written from the what we call the light energy descending in the sound energy and then working. That is exactly what hieroglyph, the way you were trying to
Yeah,
put it.
see the lotus. There's so many correspondences. It's really,
Yeah.
it's amazing. And throughout culture, I mean, Egypt is a very, very sophisticated culture.
Yes, you can
Right.
see.
So those are the glyphs, like the one down with the two hands.
Uh-huh.
That's called the Ka. And the Ka is really the etheric body.
Okay. Okay.
Right. So it's just, fascinating. Like the one down that looked like lines like this, that's called Mare. That means it's actually the magnetic power of love, but it's very much like the waveform.
Yes, yes, yes.
Right.
And it is a true representation. In fact, the love is magnetic. It keeps you even when you are away from your loved one. And we take if we take it in more sincerely, then you can certainly benefit out of this wisdom. Very beautiful. Thank you for sharing this. I appreciate that. Look at the real life wall where you have this hypo. Glyph.
Yes. Well, this Egyptian study led the people who owned this star house, David and Leela Tresemer. They were very much into world cultures, esoteric, and they were playwrights. They wrote a play on Mary Magdalene, and they asked me to come in and choreograph it. Because they said that Mary Magdalene actually was trained in the temples of Egypt. So they had me choreograph a dance about that, that showed that, and then another one more balletic about her ascending with the angels.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's actually where I met many of the musicians that I work with. There I am in my Middle Eastern. I trained in New York. Well, Ramsey is an incredible teacher, but I trained with a woman who was a gypsy and was one of the main teachers in New York. And what was really interesting was that they all loved my Kathak. Actually, the way Ramsey and I got together was we were in her class, and I was dancing, and Ramsey was the drummer, and I would like stand over on the side and do my tutkar to his Middle Eastern drumming. And so we connected that way, and then the rest is history. Yeah. This is actually from a performance I did for Sai Ma and her community. She's a guru here, and that's what this is from.
Very beautiful.
Yeah.
You always have that essence of costume, body language, and it is expressed through your dance throughout in every expression that you are making. This looks so Egyptian. Like I cannot say that you are American here.
Yeah, I shapeshift. That's what Jay always says. I'm a shapeshifter. Those wings, actually you see them on, that represents the light body, the energy body. Yes. That's symbolically what those wings are about, and that ability to fly into the luminous realms.
Yes. So one more thing that comes to my mind I should share with you is when we talk about light body, in Vedic knowledge, Shiva is also represented as a lingam, it is oval shape thing. That is our light body. Every human being has the light body around their physical body. And now that you are talking about Egyptian wisdom with the light body and aura, we can also connect that part with the every aspect of our life has something to do with the energy, and that energy is not always visible with the
Right.
with the two eyes, our vision spectrum that we have with the two eyes. You need to have little bit expanded vision, and through your spiritual practice you develop. Some people can see the aura, some people can see the color of this.
It's interesting. We were at the hot springs yesterday, and
Yes.
I said to my friend, "Oh my goodness, my X-ray vision is on from studying healing is on because it's hard. I have to turn it up because I see suffering. I see the distortions in the field. It's all reading a pattern, and I had to kind of turn it off because there were a lot of people that had physical problems. The hot springs people are going there for healing.
Yes.
So that's something that really, comes through practice and through guidance, and particularly in the healing
Practices.
practice. I have a funny story to tell you, which I haven't told you. When I was training, and I was training, I was the only non-healing professional. So there were doctors, there were massage therapists, there were acupuncturists, and all that. And we would have, we'd learn a technique, and then we'd partner with someone. Well, they gave me this partner who was an eye doctor. And when he saw me, he said he didn't want to work with me because I wasn't a professional. So it upset me. I went into the bathroom. I was crying because in these classes, I just open myself. I do the same thing when I interview someone, right? I just open my field and drink it in. And the teacher came in and said, "Are you okay?" I said, "Well, this hurt." And she said to me, "You don't understand. He only sees eyes. You see the whole world."
Exactly.
So and what was funny is that I went back, and I worked with him, and he was just like, and was really nice to me. And it lasted about, 2 days. And then he went back into it. He couldn't hold it. But yeah, we're always up against a certain kind of resistance. And what can we do? We can give love.
It is funny that that guy was by profession eye doctor. Understand this. The eye doctor, all his life was doing is studying the eyes and seeing with eyes, the two eyes of the body on a physical
Yes.
level.
Yes.
He does not know that he is talking and dealing with the person who has the third eye open, who can see beyond the two eyes. And this is where spirituality plays its role as a healer. Every human being has capacity to heal themselves first by opening their own third eye through the spiritual practices, whatever way they want to go. And then if you master that art of healing for yourself, automatically you are not just the guru of yourself, but the guru for many other people, because simply by being present in any environment, I am repeating this again, simply by being present in any environment without even speaking any word, you are exuding the energy, you are absorbing the nature's universal consciousness and passing that energy to the environment that can heal people around you. It is like the planets, they radiates the energy without talking to you. Okay?
You're talking about alchemy. This is the essence of that we're actually made of stars, and the influence of the star, the Western alchemy too, on our being.
Right now, the 7 planets that are connected with the name of 7 days, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, there are planets that are connected. Like for Sunday, there is a sun. Monday, there is moon. Tuesday is Mars. Wednesday is Mercury. Thursday is Jupiter. And Friday is Venus. Saturday is Saturn. All these planets are aligned together, and I have been following this for last almost month. Okay, I have taken the video while I was in Raleigh, while I was in San Diego, and This is the period after 144 years.
Oh, really?
Being that special alignment, what we celebrate as one of the most spiritual event and most religious gathering in the world, taking place in Kumbh Mela. Okay, so
Yeah.
this timing, the planetary arrangement is so auspicious that it is helping us to heal. And surprisingly, Sharron Rose is sharing all this wisdom during that time on Soul Satsang to enlighten so many people around the globe. Isn't it something? Isn't it unique?
That's a very sacred number,
Yes.
144.
144 Bible also are known as the
It's the flower of life. It's related to the flower of life.
Yes.
Often linked to, I'm reading, to harmony, balance, and interconnectedness of all things.
Yes. So that is the divine timing right now we are living in, you know.
Oh, that's why the energy, I've noticed that recently there's been a real shift in like new potential.
Exactly. I have been saying this for last almost from 2018 or 19. I put it on my Facebook post. By 2025, everybody will be looking for something like meditation practice, something like spirituality that can help us. And my battery is going down, so I'm going to switch to the other system, okay, because I don't have the cable for this. Just give me 1 sec.
Okay. Oh, you want to show while you're doing that? You could show like a little of the Mary Magdalene.
Can you spotlight me? There are two hidden right here. Okay, you can see me over here. Yeah, so this timing was the divine timing, and we can certainly benefit from this timing. I have been saying from last 6 years that 2025 will be the time of transformation. I didn't know about this planetary arrangement at that time. I didn't know about the Kumbh Mela at that time. But last week, I was in LA to attend a specific Kumbh Mela celebration where we did the global Kumbh Mela celebration at the Kailasa Temple, USA.
Yes.
And deities from different part of the world were brought together for the holy dip in that location, where we brought the water of river Ganga from India. And I brought the deity of my own life, which is my Guruji's subtle body, the energy body. I brought the subtle body photo of my master's Shiv Kripanand Swamiji and his master Shiv Baba over there for the holy dip, and took the complete advantage of it. And the living guru of the Kailasa, Bhagwan Nityananda Paramshivam, he gave the discourse. What I learned from there was the true Kumbh Snan, the holy dip in the river Ganga, takes place when the Ida or the Chandranadi, which is Ganga, Pingala of or Suryanadi or the right meridian, get connected on the Agya Chakra, and then the Sushumna, the Madhyanadi or the central meridian, which is Saraswati. Ganga, Yamuna, Saraswati, three rivers got together and connected and merged at the Agya Chakra. That is the real Kumbh Snana. So enlightenment, which is the part of the practice in guru-disciple lineage, that enlightenment is a privilege and birthright of every human being. Everybody should have a living guru. Everybody should have that right to enlightenment. And when we have these three nadi connected with the life force centered over here, that is called Amrut Snan, Vasanta Panchami. Vasanta Panchami is the 5 elements
of the body. And on that day, Goddess Saraswati is giving you the blessing of enlightenment. That is the Amrita Snana. That is the nectar of elixir. That is the nectar of immortality. And that is what I enjoyed in the presence of that Guru through that Kumbh Snan. And today I have opportunity to share this within a week with all of us,
beautiful.
Our soul family. Isn't it beautiful?
Yes. Yes.
This is amazing. I want to make sure that I am able to hear. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Sorry for that. Let's go for that dance first with the twin flame dance, and then we will go for your story of Mary Magdalene.
This is with my Haitian dance partner, Patrick Lacroix, who was famous in Haiti, singer, dancer, but we're dancing here.
He has amazing moves. I was watching this
video.
video.
What a beautiful dancer.
I want audience to pay attention to the energy and the vibes. You will feel the energy in your body while you are watching this video. It is that powerful. What a beautiful dance.
Thank you.
What a beautiful dance. The energy is amazing. You could feel the vibes of that dance while you are dancing. Like I could feel the vibes of that dance. Like Shiva and Shakti. The twin flame is nothing but Shiva and Shakti, basically. Let's understand from this interview of Sharron Rose about what this kind of energy can do in the life of Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene.
Jesus himself, as a rabbi in the Hebrew tradition, would have had to have a wife. This is not, the Jewish tradition is not of celibate priests. It's of they understand, if you look really into the mystical, Kabbalistic traditions of the Hebrews, you will see that actually the feminine is worshipped in many ways the same as in the Tantric or Hindu traditions, as the energy of divinity. So Jesus, Yeshua, and Magdalene, who many believe was a priestess in the temple, either of the feminine, whether it was Astarte Inanna or Isis. It's the great goddess. And many believe she was the high priestess. So that her job was actually, since the women know the paths, they know the purification paths, it's her job to assist the male in transcending, in transmuting himself.
Sharron Rose was kind of a discovery of a hidden gem.
So I was looking for something deeper, something that was more meaningful as a woman. And this search led me to India. And there I was initiated into a tradition of the feminine that had been alive since at least 2000 BC, at least. And it's a tradition called Kathak dance.
This woman is very well trained in old temple art, and she lives it. It's not just something separate from her life, it's within her.
What was so beautiful about this art form was that it taught one to embody all the deities, male and female, but particularly it had a teaching of feminine grace, beauty, and power.
The way she moves, how she speaks, what she thinks, it's like having a temple priestess in the neighborhood.
She understands the ancient arts and knows that they are meant to be transformed and brought fresh and alive into our time. She knows that. And that's who we wanted to work with.
Kathak is a form, it's an ancient storytelling form that embodied the dancers, musicians, they were dancer, musician, actors. They embodied all of the gods and goddesses, and this is the way the religion itself, the sacred art, was transmitted to the peoples. So the Egyptians were not, afraid of death or the cycles of life. They were just, because they saw life itself as many, many cycles. It wasn't just this one life. It was many, many times of life, birth, death, the cycles, like the cycles of the sun and the moon. Death and rebirth were extremely important, and they had rituals to relate with that, to bring the spirit, the soul, back into the realms of light. So this is what the dance is about. So there's this light pouring down. And the dance begins with this, you'll see the royal couple, the tantric couple, because they are male and female representing the two aspects of the union. They begin by breathing. So there's this purification of the air. And the dancers are stretching and breathing. And the Ra and Magdalene are showing the nature of the male and female energy field. Then it moves into the washing, the ritual washing of the outer form of the body. Then it moves to, once that, it's the arising of the inner fire of the Kundalini energy and the opening of the third eye. Once the third eye opens, then you're able to perceive the divine light of God. And then that light pours through you. There's a whole section with all of this fire of the sun. And that's this, and this is very, very much in, well, actually you could say in the way back into the Aryan tradition, in the Zoroastrian tradition, it's this fire, the worship of light and fire as a way of totally purifying your body. So in this dance, it's the Magdalene who is going through this initiation to prepare her for her role. You'll see at the end of the fire purification, she is presented with the alabaster jar. And the alabaster jar is what she's going to use to, of course, anoint Yeshua for his journey. And it's also related to the sacred tradition of the priestess, the high priestess, initiating the male. And then once she's given that, the rest of the dance, the fast part of the dance, is all about the journey of the soul freed from the body, back to light. It's the Ba. It's called the Ba in the Egyptian tradition, and it's the bird. And so when you see all of this going on in the last part of the dance, and this joy, because it's the joy of being freed from the earthly chains and flying back into the true home of divinity.
In a way, it was like building a temple, working in this theater. David and I had experiences, particularly during the temple dance, where we realized, oh, this is an invocation.
Now, when you look at the dance, David and Laura Leah are playing the royal couple, which is very fitting because they're the producers of the play.
This piece is actually an invocation. It's not only entertainment. It's really calling in profound energies because it was full of symbolic gesture and rhythm and meaning, and it was a meaning held by each of the performers.
In all of the work I do, the light and the energy is pouring out from the heart. And this is a big part of the Sufi tradition, which is very important in Kathak itself. So it's always the movements of the arms are coming from the heart. It's the light and energy going out to the individual, to the audience, and then being received back. So it's this constant interplay of giving and receiving from the source to the audience, back from them. And so it's this constant interaction. I created it so that if you're a person that has no experience with these traditions and you're just walking in, I wanted it to be like a kaleidoscope of color and movement and gesture.
What a beautiful information.
That voice that you hear now is Beth Quist, who I'm still working with on the Nectar of Bliss, and these same musicians. And she was the lead singer and instrumentalist in the Cirque du Soleil show.
Oh, interesting. You know, Cirque du Soleil comes from Montreal, Canada, where I was living.
Right, that's right.
Yeah, and it is interesting. We have so many things that connects, but I wanted to connect this relationship between Yeshua or Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene with the masculine and feminine energy, or the Shiva and Shakti energy, because ultimately it is all about energy or consciousness and less about what we are seeing in a physical form or in a religious way of looking at any information. You know, that is the way I'm seeing it. But very powerful information, a lot of work that you have done. It is still enlightening people, and it is, I would say, energizing and eye-opener for many who were thinking like a frog in the well, Kukmandu. This is the eye-opener for many people who are watching this program, that, wow, this is what it means. Wow, this is what the relationship was. This is how we should be looking at when we dig more. For our audience, I want to tell you, if you go and look at the BBC documentary about the Jesus in the years before he was adult, like in his youth age, from the time he left from the age of 13 or 14, he was in the Tibet and India. So, and there he learned a lot of things about Eastern wisdom and yoga and meditation. And what he is talking is the same thing, that we are all immortal. It is not through resurrection. It is not just through the physical level, but the immortality is more what Sharon was talking about, Egyptian philosophy, that we keep on coming again and again. Our soul is always going to stay alive. It is like, I want to explain you. Somebody say, what is your lifespan, the time? You say that from the date of my birth till the date of my death, that is my lifespan, right? So, a week before, did you exist or you did not exist? You did exist. You were in the womb of your mother. But apart from that, As a soul, you existed before you entered in your mother's womb. And same applies when you are dying or you are leaving this body, and after the soul still exists. If you read and understand this kind of wisdom, many problems will be solved. Many problems will be solved. Our focus is to bring to the reality. Satsang is all about dialogue between two or more people that can connect us with the ultimate truth or reality. What is the real truth? Is soul consciousness. What is the real truth about us? Everything that we believe this is right and this is real does not stay for long. Anything that is created or born is going to die or get destroyed. So what is immortal, what is not going to die, what is not going to be destructed is what you call truth. And that is what we understand from the law of thermodynamics. Energy or the Shakti can neither be created nor be destroyed. It is permanent. It keeps on changing the form. The same way our body keeps on changing the form. Our avatar or incarnation keeps on changing the form. But what is permanent? Shakti is our soul, life force, Kundalini. That is what it is. Very beautiful. Let's go on the next part. So we learn a lot of things about you, your story, and with Robert Masters, you have traveled to different places, and you met one of these guys whose name is Jay Wigner. Who is this person? Tell us a little bit about
This is my husband. We've been together since 1996. We were, he was a consultant. Well, I think he had been an NPR host in Seattle. And he was very interested in alchemy and Egypt. Amazing writer. He'd been in Hollywood as scholar, etc. And I met him through the Egyptian world, this man, Richard Hoagland. He was going on a tour, a lecture tour. He'd written a book about the Sphinx on Mars. And he was friends with a man named Graham Hancock, who's become very famous. There's a whole series about him, I think, on Netflix now, and his work. And Robert Bauval, and they had written a book on the mystery of the Sphinx, and they were going to do this lecture tour in England. And so Richard asked Ramsey and I to come as their kind of spiritual entertainment, because after a while, you know, people are talking. Many times I have provided this element, right, rather than just listening to people talk. Yes. And so we danced, because he felt that what we were doing with the Egyptian dance was showing how the symbols had been encoded in the art.
Yes.
And so I was on that trip, and Jay I came as a consultant to them, and I was told he was the foremost authority on Isis, and I was studying Isis. So we go and we went to all these wonderful places, Stonehenge and Avebury and all that. And we're talking, and he's an expert on Western alchemy in Egypt. And I had my whole Indo-Tibetan background. And we just fell in love through talking about, I mean, there was a magnetic quality, I think, lifetimes, but we fell in love through talking about the correspondences of the symbols in Western and Eastern alchemy. And at that point, from dancing so much all my life, I was starting to, my hips were starting to suffer. And I'd been in film. And so we said, okay, well, why don't we make this film company Sacred Mysteries and devote it to all these esoteric world culture teachings? And we did. And then he had been, when I actually, around the time I met him, he had been asked to be the second person hired at a company called Gaiam then, that promoted yoga and health and things like that. He left that to start our company, and then like 12 years we made all these films together, met amazing people from all different cultures, and then Gaiam transmuted into Gaia TV, and he was asked to come back, so we moved back to Boulder, and he was really the visionary for everything that they did for years. He was head of their content, brought in all these amazing people, and head of the productions, and helped really build that company. He left, he retired, but now he's making films again. He has 2 that are now on Amazon Prime. And yeah, we've been together for a long time.
And you said that in all these years you made almost 20 films together.
Yes.
Yeah, we can show this slide of the Sacred Mysteries website. We have little bit of the exposure of their work.
Some of them are still on Gaia. Yeah, it's been quite the journey. And now he's off in his realm of interest, and I've been the Qi-Gong people, which is funny because years ago he said to me, you know, I really like to make a film about the Tao Te Ching, right? And we never did it, but this meditative interlude that I have in Quantum Qi is really the expression of what he had wanted to do years ago.
Amazing. I have visited your site and I could see all the creation, all the books and videos, movies that you have created together. Amazing work. And there are so many people whom you got connected with through this work that both of you have done. In our PPT, we have the slides made specifically for this site. If you can check that, I would appreciate. Yeah, this is what. Yeah, you see, if you can look at this on the left side, you met so many people. You have probably touched so many lives. And these are the visionaries or people with whom you worked. Tell us a little bit about those people.
Oh, my goodness. Well, let's see who's there. Greg Braden, he's become very famous. Neil Donald Walsh and Gene Houston, who I mentioned. Jonathan Goldman, he's a sound healer. Alex Gray, he's a visionary artist who paints the light body. Jose Arguelles. There's just, we met a lot of people. We made a film, Pedram Shojai. He's incredible. He calls himself the urban monk, and he's comes out of Persia, but in US, but he's
amazing things. But
filmmaker now, and yeah,
it is
Punlap Rinpoche and all of these, many people in that kind of consciousness, Western consciousness. Terence McKenna, Shanti Shivani. Shanti is a disciple of the Dagar brothers. Incredible singer. Nikki Scully, she's an Egyptian, has tremendous knowledge about Egypt, healer. So we met, all of these people, and he brought a lot of them to Gaia. This was pre-Gaia. So, yeah.
So you and Jay, I would say that it was a treasure of information, treasure of knowledge, and merging the energy and knowledge from Egypt and Eastern wisdom, I would say.
Yeah. There's John Lash. He's a expert on Gnosticism. And oh yeah, it's nice to see this. I haven't seen all this for a while. Brooke Medicine Eagle, a shamanist out of the Native American tradition. And Alberto Bioldo, my beloved Alberto, he's the one, we did a film with him called Healing the Luminous Body.
Wow.
So his teachings are just exquisite. And yeah, Adi, one of my lead singers, she's there. There's a lot of them. And, you know, this kind of leads me into my project right now.
Interesting.
The Nectar of Bliss, because
so much to learn from you. I'm really, really thrilled. You are one of the unique kind of guests who came on Soul Satsang, bringing so much knowledge, so much wealth of wisdom, I would say, and,
thank you.
And amazing energy. You can feel the energy while working with you. So I think we covered up most of the things that you brought from your life's experience.
Well, you keep, as Maida, my teacher, and my Guruji Sitara said, you know, you just keep living, you just keep learning, you keep growing, you keep transmitting, you know, to bring some beauty and some healing to this world.
Exactly. So I would like to know what made you move to Crestone and what are your current projects? What are you doing?
Well, Crestone, I mean, I was deep in the Buddhist realm, you know, I was really, when I learned something, I actually practice it. I'm not one of these people that just goes teacher to teacher, gathering things.
Yes.
I can say I did this, right? Ego. I actually did and felt the experiences of these practices. And I was working in New York. I was assisting this man, Boris Said, who had done a film called The Mystery of the Sphinx, that was about how the Sphinx was actually more ancient. And it was on NBC and all this. And then he wanted to do a whole series, which he had me help him with. And he introduced me to Sai de Brancavan, who was a princess from Cambodia. And we hit it off really well because of the Buddhist connection and the arts connections. And she said to me, you know, have you ever heard of crestone?
Wow.
Because it was known as this particularly Buddhist place. And she said, my friend Hannah Strong created this place. I said, no, I don't. Then years later, I had another friend. I met her at a healing teaching, and she had helped build one of the ashrams here. And then Jay and I, when we moved back to Boulder for him to be a Gaia, you know, we sold our house and in Oregon, and we always wanted to live in a very quiet place away from the hustle and bustle. And so I said, well, why don't we go visit Crestone? And this is where we ended up. For him, it was, you know, he could do all his gardening. We have a big garden and organic
very
and all
beautiful,
that. And we could live in beauty. And for me, there was this whole spiritual community. So we've been here since 2013, or I have. He came later because he was working up a Gaia. But it's an amazing place. And it's a, although it has this energy that wants your enlightenment.
Yes.
If you're creative, it really supports your creativity.
Exactly.
But it brings up all of the things that need to be looked at and all your shadows, as we would call them, to be transmuted. There's talk about, like these Rinpoche said that, you know, people here would be achieving the rainbow body, the light body that the
yes, I agree with you. Simply because of the energy that you have, it is thoughtless energy. There are no people around you, and only nature and the energy of earth and space and air that is prevailing around you or near your house is amazing energy. I myself have felt it, and we will share one video after of your studio also. We have already seen the Padma Sambhava temple stupa over there. So now I think it is time for us to know a little bit about your book.
Oh my goodness. That was, let's see, when did that come out? 2003, The Path of the Priestess. That's
Yes.
it's semi-autobiographical, talking about my journey through all these different traditions. And then it has commentary on like history and the feminine mysteries, the cycle of the great yugas. So commentary on what happens to women as we, travel through the yugas. It has a chapter called, let me think, what was that called? It's about what's happened to women in the modern age.
Yes.
And how what happens in the Kali Yuga and where we need to go. Particularly, I mentioned because I had met Sister Jayanti of the Brahma Kumaris by chance, and they talk about that we're now in the Diamond Age, which is the transitional point between the Kali Yuga and the Golden Age.
Right.
And it's when all those that have the ears to hear and eyes to see experience this great call to the light. And that's now I really feel that energy. It's been shifted. What you're talking about, this lineup, there's something really special going on. So I wrote this book, and it's really about my journey as I research, and it's deeply researched with a pretty heavy duty bibliography into all these traditions, but particularly focused on the feminine. And then it has three chapters of exercises that align your chakras and align women in particular with the enlightened qualities. I mean, it's all these exercises for bringing the Shakti up from the earth, up your central channel and out through your eyes. So it's a lot of abhinaya, feeling that and experiencing, the enlightened emotive qualities of the goddesses from all these traditions. So it's all these exercises, one where the goddesses of strength and power, and then of sensuality, and then of love and compassion. I figured strength and power because in the West, that's the focus, right? And then you go to more refined with the sensuality, and then you go to the most refined, the love and compassion.
Very, very beautiful. I would recommend people to buy that book, and
on Amazon.
We can buy that, The Path of the Priestess. Priestess, what does it mean, priestess? Just tell our audience a little bit about the word priestess.
Well, I even think back to the Devadasis. Right? A priestess is like a priest, right? A female priest, where you are the one that is, spending many, many years in training in the spiritual realms and in symbolic realms, in the arts realms and all of this. And then you are the one that, helps transmit this knowledge.
Yes.
In some, like in Greece, they were the seers.
Yes.
Right. And this has been in Egypt, and you're active in all the festivals and, things like that. That's priestess.
So this is the cover of the book. If anybody wants to know the path of the priestess, this is the book by Sharron Rose. You can buy that from Amazon. And I have the copy with Sharon's autograph on it. So I'm very lucky. And I can tell you, you can learn a lot about the feminine energy from this book. And as she mentioned, it is a pathway to enlighten the feminine energy inside you and to become a priestess. Through this spiritual journey that she has traveled, and what we have heard today, part of it was a story from the book itself, because it is her life story. Very beautiful thing. Having said that, now, what are your current projects, and what are the things that you create? I would like to bring you in your studio, our audience, to your studio when I was visiting. That's my wife and Sharon together. Let's watch this. Sharon's studio, and then she will talk about her current projects that she's working. Tell us a little bit about this place.
This is my studio that I use for all the different artistic endeavors that I do. Of course, this area is really my Hindu area, my goddesses.
Wow.
Although this is Buddhist, these are both Guan Yin, who was really Avalokitesvara, the Buddhist, and then transitioned into a female in China.
The feminine Buddhist energy.
Yeah.
Motherly energy.
Ganesh, of course. My dear Saraswati. This is Sitara Devi, my Guruji. This is, of course, Lakshmi. This is Namkhai Norbu, my Tibetan master. Ganesh again. I love this little Ganesh. This is me.
Wow.
This was in 86.
Wow.
I was in Madras area.
Amazing.
Of course, my Durga. Then this is the Egyptian area with my drums.
Those are your drums you play?
Yes, that's how I start all my songs, with me and the drum. And then, of course, over here we have Lakshmi, and this is a Chinese immortality deity, more Egyptian. And then this is Guan Yin again, Japanese version over here. And I think she's beautiful.
Wow.
So you see the symbols, how she's got the serpent, she's riding on the serpent, right? And this is Amrit over here.
Nectar of life.
Yeah. Then, of course, this is, her name is Singhamukha.
Sihamukha, yeah, it is like
lion-headed Dakini. She's a fierce protectress.
So it is like Mahakali.
Yes.
Because it is giving very symbolic Mahakal.
Yes, very much so.
This is Mahakali of Tibetan?
Yes, Tibetan.
Wow.
And
so much to learn.
Let's see, this is an S. This is
what is this?
That's Egyptian. This is the sign of transformation.
Wow.
Yeah, Keperu. And
you can see outside the beauty.
That's one of our views.
Mountains. Look at that. Such a beautiful place we are living here. You are living in heaven, in Himalayas.
And then I have the angel playing the
So this is Christian
tambourine. And then over here is
Buddhist.
Samanta Bhadra. Yes, it represents that in the Tibetan tradition there are these three realms. The Nirmanakaya, which is more like the human sort, and then Sambhogakaya, which is the realm of art, the realm of beauty, the realm of and then there's the
this is union of masculine and feminine energy.
Union of
masculine. This is like Ardhanareshwar, what we call Shiva and Shakti.
Right. But this represents the formless realm.
Right. Okay.
Because they don't have ornaments.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Amazing.
Yeah. And that's it. This is my office area. These are my.
I love mountains.
These are my percussion instruments. This is called a sistrum. It was used in the temples. There's one on the painting of ancient Egypt, and it was. They were all tuned to different notes that had to do with the elements. And then so it would be played to clear the area for protection and for transmitting Shakti.
Wow. Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah.
What other things you have there?
Oh, it's all a bunch of these kinds of things and rattles, and I have tambourine, and I have these are called zills. Well, they'll look familiar.
Manjira.
Yeah.
What we call manjira.
These are Middle Eastern.
Yeah, no, in India we use that.
And then I have for Spanish.
Yes.
Maracas.
This is your full orchestra here.
Well, this is my percussion world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I will end with this where we started. What a beautiful studio and tour. So now this is the area you start creating and composing music for your films and along with your dance also, right?
Yes, well, actually, I started both projects I'm working on have been many years I've been working on. And as you mentioned, 2025 as this year with new energy. Both projects, I believe, will complete finally. You know, COVID set everything back for a while, but I learned a lot. And the most amazing thing with COVID, I work with a incredible sound engineer, and producer out of Los Angeles, who's worked with so many luminaries, we call them, you know, Madonna and the Rolling Stones, and all these, over all these years, he worked on the movie Respect, and many things, and he's been responsible for like hundreds of millions of records.
Wow.
So he's amazing. And when COVID hit, he found a application called Session Wire, in which we could virtually be together. I can see his computer with all of the files and all of the tracks. I can hear every track. And we can also be virtually in the studio, recording studio with other people. So that, I've been working on this project, but that enabled us to take it to a level we never would have imagined.
I can believe it.
And in the Indian fashion, I don't write it out in Western notation. You know, I sing it to them, and then I have them improvise. And then Michael and I, like, I'll have them do like Beth, right? So I'll say, okay, she plays hammer dulcimer like a santur. So I'll say on this song, okay, I'll play the melody. She'll sing her parts because her voice, 4 octaves, incredible voice. And I have her singing even in Sanskrit. She's singing for me in probably at least 5 more languages. She's extraordinary. And together with my beloved Adi, who was the star of the film, one of the films we did, incredible. She does incredible harmonies. And then these other musicians, I mean, I'd love to name them all. There's many of them. So I have, so each one I'd have them, you know, teach them basic melodies and then have them improvise on their instrument. And then Michael and I, so they'll do maybe 6 takes. And then Michael and I listen, and we take out, what is he called? The best licks, the best moments.
Yes.
And then we rearrange it all and we weave it together.
Wow.
It's like really intense. It's been very intensive work, but amazing. I have learned so much. My ear has gotten a lot of more knowledge, but just the whole experience. And we have become where we'll listen to things, you know, and he'll, like, you know, he highlights the good parts, and he'll highlight something, and I'll be about to say, oh, highlight that. So this is how we've been working, and it's the Nectar of Bliss was created to bring the world together and the divine feminine musical odyssey into the many faces of the goddess. But it's not, I do all these goddesses from different cultures, but all of the music, yes. So like Lakshmi, right? I have the Sri Suktam, but the Sri Suktam is not just your normal Sri Suktam. It has, you know, the Arhu playing on it. It has a stand-up bass playing Indian, and we're all playing Indian feel. It has a stand-up bass. It has a sitar. She's singing. I want you to sing on this too. And so, for example, I have a song called "Feel Your Glory, Shaktima Shekhinah." It shows the correlation, because when I was researching in my book, the way that the Shekhinah is the Shakti, really, of the Jewish tradition, right? She's not in a form. She's in the light. She's the light. And so I wrote this song that talks about both of them, because the way they were described was the same, very similar. And that song starts out, it has a beautiful violinist, Michael Levine, who actually worked with me. Man, go back to the beginning when I taught in Boston. He was my accompanist, beautiful, amazing violinist. And then it has elements of like klezmer Hebrew. It has elements of like bossa nova. It has rhythm and blues, and it goes into, and of course it has tabla and Indian influence, and then it goes into gospel. I have this amazing gospel singer who was just like Hazel Miller, who was just given like the Colorado Musician Hall of Fame. She was inducted in. So all of these songs I bring are created to bring the world together and understand the beauty and power of the divine feminine, and also they're all very meditative. Everyone is a journey. The finale is called Awaken to the light within, the light without, the light of grace, the light of truth, the light divine, right? Beyond illusion, beyond confusion, beyond distraction, beyond reaction, free your mind. That's some of the words. We are the light, we are the light.
Very beautiful words, very beautiful lyrics.
Yeah, so, yeah, and I started all with me and my drum. I choose a tal, right? And I figured that out, what I'm going to use. And then I choose a raga, or what's called a Middle Eastern dance music, a maqam, and base it on that. And then the lyrics come, right? And then I bring in all these amazing musicians who are just great musicians. Jesse Mano, he's the head of music for the dance department of the University of Boulder, Colorado. And James Hoskins, this incredible cellist and other instrument. Well, Jesse actually plays about 20 different instruments on the album.
20 different instruments.
Yes, so it's really, I'm very pleased. It's really, I feel like everything that I've done, because it's all very meditative, it really has led to this. So that one we're working on. I put it kind of aside. I'm working a little bit, but now my focus is on finishing, we're almost finished, Quantum Qi, and all the whole marketing and promotion and release of that film is my focus. Same musicians, or some of them, did the soundtrack for that. So
I admire you, and you are inspiring so many people around the world by saying all what you are sharing with us, simply because you are working on your movie, you are working on your Nectar of Bliss music project, you are day and night providing help to people through even one thing that we missed out. You are working on healing our earth.
Yes. So that was around the same, he started, Neil Kumar, amazing human being, really. He started healing our earth with the pandemic as a way for people to really connect and dialogue and, heal the earth in many ways. And so it's every Sunday morning or evening, it depends where you are in the world. And there's topics like yoga and meditation or integrated health. We celebrate like Indian Republic Day or Holi or, Navaratri. And I brought Qi-Gong into them. So now we're interweaving that. And it's a wonderful show. It's just, if you want to be uplifted, that's where I met you. If you want to be uplifted, just join us. It's healingourEarth.com. It's a wonderful community. As I said, I met Honey. My first interview was with Honey Clara, part of Soul Satsang. And I was in tears at the end because I felt like I had just come home, because everyone there, we're just full of love and caring, and we see the soul in each person who comes from all over the world, So it's been a real blessing for me to be part of it.
Let's give this message to our Healing Our Earth family, right from crestone.
Namaste. Global namaste to our dear friends at Healing Our Earth. I'm here with Hitendra and Kalpana, our videographer today. And we're here at the big stupa in Crestone, the big Buddhist stupa. Isn't it beautiful? Yes. We love you on Healing Our Earth. and we're so happy to be part of your family.
Thank you, Sharon, for inviting us to Crestone and hosting us, healing our earth, our family, our earth, our love brings us in one family.
That is what it is. Thanks to Nil Kumar, Hani Kalaria, and many more who are part of Healing Our Earth family. And we want to say, yes, we do love you, and we are one family. Our mission is very similar what Sharon, myself, and Nil Kumar see as a visionary for the future of humanity, for how we can pass on the legacy that we have created in our lifetime that can benefit the souls who are coming or who are present at this time. And they can evolve spiritually and they can progress on the spiritual height that God wants them to be. So this program is all about telling you not to do or what not to do, but trying to understand how, when we are enlightened, how when we are consciously living our life, our inner voice itself is guiding us, and then nothing has to be done. You will not make mistake, you will not do anything wrong, and since you don't intend to do wrong things in your life, nobody will do wrong thing with you. And that is the key to live happy and healthy life, because you are living in harmony, you are living with benevolence, and you are living with enlightened way of thinking, living, and feeling. So that is what it is all about. So I think we covered up most of the things. The last part that I want to ask you,
yes,
that tell us about your mission or purpose of life through all this, what you have learned and what you are sharing and what you are doing. What is the message you want to give to our audience?
You know, recently I was asked to write up on workshops and all that. And after I read it over, I went, but the basis of all of this, everything I do is for healing.
Yes.
You know, we're in a very critical time. There's tremendous amount of suffering, but there's a tremendous amount of light. And, you know, all of my work, well, one is to really, as my guru before me and my teachers in all these traditions before me, the reason I know about this is because of their grace and their devotion and their commitment to keep this knowledge through the Kali Yuga, through, and that's another discussion, whether we're still in it or we're going backwards or we're going, anyway.
Yes.
It doesn't matter because, you know, it's like often I thought, well, there are moments I feel I am in the golden age, and there's moments I feel like I'm in the Kali Yuga, and there's moments I feel in each that I'm in each of them. And,
yes.
and that's what our life is about. And so what do I want to do is bring the knowledge, the wisdom that I have acquired through this lifetime, that maybe brings many lifetimes together. When I was in Fatehpur Sikri, I felt like, wow, I've been here before. I had visions of running down the hallways with my gungru, my bells on. But, and to help people really understand that we're all human beings.
Yes.
And that we all, you know, have love within us. We all experience challenges, and we're here to lift each other up and to help each other.
Yes. And we will continue doing that. At least Sharon, you, me, and Nil Kumar, we are the buddies. We have started this, and we will continue doing this because people are benefiting from it. People are enjoying this, and we have been talking for last 4 hours. We are not tired. We are not exhausted, and there is so much love and energy that is spreading through our conversation. And I want that this wisdom continues to spread and enlighten every viewer, every listener of this program. Thank you very much. I think it is time for coming to the end of the things. Let's watch one more trailer to
Tell
This
us.
is the yin trailer.
Yes, the
More
audience
feminine too.
can learn more about the
Qi is foundation of many healing arts. Qi is foundation of many traditions in China. Life is from energy. Life is from Qi. And how about Qi? Where does the Qi come from? From love. From love of the universe.
What does Qi feel like? A buzz, tingling. You're so excited, full of energy that you want to be playful all the time.
When the Qi flowing, you can feel like warm, expansion, tingling. Because Qi, when it moves, it also have a power to heal.
When you're doing Qi-Gong, what you're doing is cultivating life force within your body. You become a conduit for information, for new information to come into the body. And you connect to the Qi of the earth and the sky. You're simply a conduit.
In Taoist practice, you're harnessing this light, this energy, this Qi. And so when we cultivate that energy from within, that compassion, that joy, that love, we can shift our state, shift that emotional state into something that's elevated and not constricted.
Learn to shift from externally focused, searching for happiness, searching for meaning of life. You go inwardly, recognizing you have more access to life inside of you.
It's a discipline, a healing art, a way of training the body and mind, a meditation in motion, a medication in motion, a way of conditioning the body for martial arts, for sports, improving strength, stamina, balance, and coordination. Yoga practitioners and teachers love Qi-Gong. The Qi focus turns their attention to a much more awakened internal sensory awareness.
There's a sense of resting in a very natural, open, spacious, clear, luminous energy which then carries you spontaneously and creatively through the movements and the flow.
Therein lies the ability of practicing Qi-Gong to build up incredible force in the body for rejuvenation, longevity, self-healing, and healing others.
Qi-Gong for everyone. Qi is love.
Qi is light.
Qi is free. Qi is energy.
I would like to know when it is going to be released and how we will be able to enjoy that. It will be on Netflix or Amazon?
We don't know yet. You know, I have to finish it. It's all a process. Since it's independently produced, which means I don't have anybody telling me I can't do this or I can't do that. That's been a really wonderful aspect of my life. We've been completely independent.
Yeah, that is what common between you, me, and Nilkumar. We are doing this on our own, and we like our freedom, because what we want to give to the world cannot be constrained. It cannot be, visionary cannot be limited. You know, it has to be.
I mean, the plan. Yeah, the plan is to put it in both the film and the music video into film festivals. The plan is, you know, to send it to specific distributors, and we'll see how quickly the audience has grown. What's exciting is that in what was it, like 2018 or no 2017, I brought it to this online network called the Shift Network. I brought Qi-Gong Global Summit, and all of these people, I'd say about 10 people in the film, are like now kind of Qi-Gong stars. They've been spreading
Everywhere.
The Ship Network has been spreading Qigong, so the audience is just growing. And now we're in this place where we're really focused on health. So the timing is, divine timing. And yeah, we'll see. As there's a concept in the Taoist tradition called Wu Wei, effortless grace, in which you're not pushing, you're just allowing the divine to work.
Let it happen kind of thing.
And so believe me, I'm working very hard. I don't have like a staff or anything. So like tonight I'll be, preparing all the things to give to the webmaster because we're updating the website. And it's a lot of work, but it's work that I love because I really see the beauty of all of these traditions, and with the Qi-Gong, how much it can help at this stage in the world.
Well, from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of our global soul family, I want to wish you good luck for all your projects. And I am very thrilled and excited to work with you on one of your music project also.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. And we will certainly bring this knowledge to the world. At least now Soul Satsang audience are also interested in knowing more about Quantum Chi and when they will be able to enjoy this movie.
Thank you.
Audience, we will update the future release of the movie in the comment section of this video in the future. Okay, so as soon as it develops, you will be able to know. And before I leave this conversation, my team has some gift for you, Sharon, so don't go away. But I would like to conclude with one Shanti Path. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina Sarve Santu Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschid Dukha Bhag Bhave. May everybody be happy and may all be free from any ailments or illness. May all see what is auspicious or good in others, positive outlook rather. And may no one suffer. Let there be peace on the earth, in the universe, and within. With that prayer, I'm giving this program to Krishnaji to carry on. Thank you, Sharon, for being with us. And I really appreciate all the time and energy and preparation that you have done for this interview and shared all this video with us and photos that you shared with us. I really, really thank you from the bottom of my heart and wish you all the best, good health, long life, happiness, and spiritual progress.
Thank you.
Wow, what a beautiful session. Thank you so much, Sharon, for sharing your beautiful and amazing journey with all of us. We're learning so much from you. Thank you to our entire Soul Satsang team, and Hitindraji, Rasikaji, Pranavji, Sonalji, Sagarbai, Kunalji, everyone. Thank you so much for working so hard behind the stage. And a special thank you to our audience for joining us and loving the Soul Satsang. If you want to be our guest or you want to recommend someone to be our guest, please contact us. And if you like to volunteer for Soul Satsang, please also reach out to us. Stay tuned on our YouTube channel for our next program. You can subscribe on the channel so that you can get the updated links for the future programs. And now I want to invite our entire team and share the experience.
Let's play the thank you video first before we share our experience.
We want to give you a surprise. Wow. Isn't it beautiful?
I'm like in tears here.
How did you like the surprise with the thank you video?
Oh, that's amazing. So beautiful. So beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. We wanted to celebrate. We wanted to celebrate your contribution to the world. We wanted to tell you that we love you and we appreciate all what you have done for not just us, but for the entire humanity, because we are one family. Thank you.
Thank you. What a trip.
Yes. Yes.
Life review. It's
Yes. This is your live autobiography, basically.
yes. Best is yet to come.
Yes. And we are part of it together, and wish you all the best. Now, our team, I give you opportunity to come and say a few words to Sharon. How was it? Sagar, start with you.
Sharon, just one word. Wow. Just one word. Wow. Both of us are Bollywood enthusiasts. I'm a Bollywood enthusiast too. So I've learned tabla, I've learned singing, so a little bit.
Nice.
Yeah. So very lucky that you met a lot of Bollywood people there. So just wow, listening to your interview.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pranavji.
Thank you, Sharon, for all the wonderful experiences that you shared and the entire journey with the different cultures. Yeah, a lot to learn actually.
You're very welcome.
Okay, thank you very much.
Rasikaji.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Totally different perspective to look at all the Indian dance, classical singing and everything. All beautiful perspective and how it will heal your soul. It's a very beautiful way to look at it. So thank you for sharing it.
You're so welcome. You're so welcome. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Really a joy.
Thank you. Sonalji.
Hey, Sharon. Yes, absolutely no words, but what a journey you have gone through. I was seeing the dances you have performed, invoking all the divine energies from all around the world, not just Indian, but all around the world. And you must have felt all those devis in you, or the gurus in you, or Shakti in you, or Shiva in you, and twin flames in you. You have to and take it in and then perform, and that is something like invoking the real gods and goddesses through you on the earth. Wow, that is something. And I feel you have to be really in a flow state to accept every culture at such deeper level that you can be the medium to share it with others. I was feeling the energy throughout as you were describing through the spine and the top of the head, and it was very beautiful. I just pray that you succeed in your soul's mission, achieve everything you wish to, and you keep inspiring everyone and many more to this just divine mission for humanity. And may the Chi be with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
What a beautiful message, Sonalji. Krishnaji, you would like to say something?
Thank you so much. It's not easy to accept different things, but you have learned and absorbed so many cultures and a message from within and passing on. That's really a great work you're doing. Thank you so much for doing that.
Oh, you're very welcome. And it's just from the time I first saw Hitendra on Healing Our Earth, I felt such a resonance. We were like speaking really the same language on very high levels. And so it's been such a pleasure to meet all of you. And I'm really impressed with the work you've done and your dedication. And I'm very impressed, really.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really
Kunalji.
appreciate that. I have one thing to tell our audience, that when you leave your home and when you go out of your comfort zone to explore something in the other country, there is cultural shock that comes first. Then there are obstacles that you face. But if you are determined, you will reach to the ultimate. Like when I listened to the story of my master, my Guruji, Shiv Kripanand Swamiji, he went to Himalayas, and his wife, when he left with another guru, told him, you are leaving the society or family for enlightenment and the self-knowledge. Please do not return home till you get it. And I felt the same type of determination and focus in Sharon's journey, that she left USA to learn this dance, as Dulal Talukdar told her, that I don't want you to go anywhere else, but only to this master, this Guruji, Sitara Devi. And she went there, she learned it. And she was not yet satisfied. She went to Uma Sharma again, and she learned more from her too. But the point is, there is a price we all have to pay in order to achieve what we really want. And you have to leave behind your personal choices, leave behind your comfort zone, leave behind what makes you happy or what you don't want to give up, that gives you pleasure every day. But when you make that sacrifice, you become Sharron Rose. When you make that sacrifice, you become a person that can touch the millions of hearts. And then the divine will play its role. The divine will try supporting you, will start, as she says, Wu Wei. Naturally, it is happening effortless. It is happening by the grace of God, not by your effort. First, you have to let go, release what is not needed, and then you are creating the space for what is supposed to happen in your life. That is the story of Sharron Rose. And I admire you, I praise you, I honor you, and I love you, Sharon.